Hi, Bob.
Hey Florence, how you doing?
I'm exhausted, but I'm okay. How are you?
Just fine, thank you.
That's good. I was just about to text Donna.
Yeah, she's might be a little bit late.
Okay, so what does that mean? Because usually I make her the host and you the co-host.
Okay, I understand that.
I'll hang out a bit,
Yeah, let's just give it a few minutes here.
Okay, and hello everyone else. I see Mike Kelly. Hey, Mike. Hey, Anthony. There goes Donna.
You're gonna have to make me host then.
It looks like somebody's trying to come on. I think, is that Donna? Oh no, that's Katie Bordenaro. Okay, so let me make all the members, the board members, a panelist. Okay, they're already on. So Bob, do you want me to make you a co-host? You're muted. Come on. Oh, there goes Donna. Okay, everyone is here. Donna, you're muted. Sure, everybody's muted. Donna, I'm going to make you a host and Bob the co-host, correct?
Oh, okay.
Okay, and Donna, I'm now going to make you the host. Just make sure that I connected Katie Bordonaro's phone correctly, please.
Yeah, looks good. You can hear me. Thanks,
Okay.
Florence.
Hi. Okay, I'm done. Everybody have a good night.
You too, Florence.
Thank you, Shirley.
Thank you.
Good night, Florence.
Good night, guys.
While we're waiting, Donna, who's on SLA?
Excuse me?
It's not Dr. Smith.
Who are the members of SLA? Who are the members of SLA2 committee?
Okay, well, we're still waiting for Susan Kent and we're waiting for, is that what you're looking for? The people that were waiting?
I just want to know who are the members. It's a very simple question. I mean, before we start, who are the members of SLA2 for Community Board 2?
Okay, well, the people that are
We're
currently
waiting
on,
for.
the people that are currently on, in addition to that, there's Susan Kent. There is Cormac Flynn and Mark Fitzgerald.
Thank you. And you should say you're welcome, but it's okay.
Fucking, I'm telling you, man, the Democrats have just a way of
David,
purifying themselves down to the.
there you go. Okay, everybody, we're just going to give it one more minute and then we're going to start. Just bear with us, please. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start. Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Ely. I will be chairing tonight's SLA2 meeting at Community Board 2. I am a co-chair of this committee along with Donna Rafferty, who's also here tonight, along with Katie. Other members of our committee include Katie Bonanero, Brian Pape, Dr. Shirley Smith, and that's currently who we have. We're expecting a few more members in a little bit, but we have a quorum and we're going to start. There's an agenda for tonight's or a calendar agenda for tonight's meeting with all the applications listed on our website. I think Donna has already put it in our chat so that you can access it. I plan to go as much as possible in the category from start to finish as it's indicated on the agenda, so you can get a general idea of where I'll be headed tonight. We ask before every meeting that you show respect and you courtesy to other people. We know how passionate the issues involving liquor license applications can be, but we just ask everybody to use proper language, be courteous to everybody. It doesn't mean that we're not asking you to be passionate or caring, but at the same time, just be conscientious, that's all. The way it works in terms of the computer or the technology tonight is that I will be calling each application. And after I call the application, if it's one that you're familiar with, you're an applicant, that would be the time to raise your hand. I see that an individual, Mr. Kulak, has already raised his hand. We're not going to, if you have a question or an inquiry, you can get in the chat and you can send us a message that way. But once the application is heard, we will hear from the applicant. We will hear, everybody will have an opportunity to have questions. If you're from the public you're not with the application, but you would like to be heard, we will definitely give everybody an opportunity tonight. We will give you an opportunity after the application is brought forth and explained to raise your hand. I will trigger that as the proceedings go on. So just be wary of that. Everybody will get an opportunity to be heard. Okay. So with that in mind, we're going to start with a number of applications that we heard last week, starting with the JAJAJA West Village. DBA JAJAJA at 63 Carmine Street. If you are here on that application, could you please raise your hand?
Hello, how are you?
Hello there.
How are you guys?
Good. When you guys get a chance, get your video on.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. Good to see you back.
Good to see you.
You bet. Okay, so last time this was put over, we had a pretty extensive discussions last month. But I know that you, at least I've heard from the local block association that you have gotten together with them.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about if there are any changes with the application and what the discussions were.
Cool. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, you're still on mute. That's okay. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Hi, guys.
There you go.
Sorry. We met with three separate block associations all at the same time. They brought to us their concerns specifically about the outdoor shed and less necessarily that, we were obviously culprits of, pest issues and cleanliness issues, and we've rectified them, and they acknowledged that we actually, attempted in our best ability to try to make them, make the shed as safe and as clean as humanly possible. But they wanted Carmine Street to be able to be street sweep specifically. And, we acknowledged that to them that we were okay to remove it and move forward positively with the community in our best ability. As they see it as something that is, and they have completely valid reasons, both for the cleanliness and the safety. I never really took into account, at least Nima, I'm not sure if you have the safety concerns that it does create. It was just something that I never really, thought about until they kind of brought it to our attention, and it is a valid concern. So yeah, we've agreed with them to remove our enclosure on the Carmine side street. And they've given us their support.
And just so everybody refresh their recollection, this is an alteration application, and you guys are looking to add the basement or the lower floor to your licensed premise. And I think in exchange, to a certain extent, you are willing to remove the shed, but there will still be outdoor seating on the sidewalk. Is that correct?
Correct. Completely adjacent towards the building was something that they said they would be comfortable with.
Okay. And what are we talking about, at least in terms of, I know that we somewhat discussed it last month, but just give me an idea of how many tables are on the sidewalk and how many seats.
I believe, mistake me if I'm wrong, memes, it's like 3 tables. I think it's like 3 or 4 tables. Is that accurate? Yeah.
Yes.
Which would be 6 to 8 seats, all 2 tops. And
in terms of closing, at night, we're going to be closed by 10 during the week and 11 on the weekends.
Yeah, I believe that's what was originally stipulated with our conditions, and we've never wanted to. We've had no need or want to adjust those.
Okay, and that also includes the back area as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Any outdoor area that we have.
And Donna, I see that Susan Kitten is looking to be. Let me get her here. Excuse me, guys. Sorry.
No problem.
I got her, Bob.
Oh, you did. Thanks.
I'll get her. Yeah.
I just did.
Oh, you did it. Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. And then in terms of the shed, when will you folks be taking it down or removing it from the road?
We go down 30 days.
Okay.
Is that Nima?
That's all right, Daddy.
Sorry, my son ran in here and heard me speaking. Sorry.
I
Yeah,
know
no,
you.
I think it's pretty obvious. No, that's quite all right. So, all right, I will leave. I think, in terms of the letter, community member or community board members there are on the SLA committee, that was put in the Google Drive for this application, so you could see it yourself. Does anybody have any questions before I go on?
Katie.
Oh, go ahead, Katie.
I do want to clarify one thing. How are the customers going to enter the downstairs space?
The space has it has its own independent staircase as well as to the inside of the restaurant.
So
The staircase from outside. The staircase from
I
outside.
understand, but when does someone use which? How do how do people know which one to use? Does it
I
matter?
mean, it really doesn't matter that often. We will have, obviously, sometimes we'll have private events. If and when that's the case, they will walk directly down the stairs. If it's during normal service and we're just using it as the extension of additional seating, they will be most likely brought through the beginning of the internal of the restaurant. But the host may walk them down those stairs as well and seat them down there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
So
you're welcome.
just so we're clear, the downstairs can be an entrance at only certain times, but generally speaking, it's the upstairs entrance that really is where the flow of patrons going to and from, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't want to have two entrances. That I think would be.
No, that would require two hostesses and all that fun jazz. So, I mean, the focal point would be the main entrance, and then of the two double doors at the very front, and then the host would proceed to take guests where they need to go.
Okay, because it just seems to me that if you start having a second entrance exit, people will then start exiting out of the basement, and that, I don't think that's actually works well for you folks. That's all.
No, if they're like walking to the bathroom and coming out and skipping out on their bill or something.
So in terms of stipulations, I would put in there that the main entrance, the first floor entrance would be the main entrance for egress, patron egress, but that the lower doorway could be used during what?
I mean, we would like the ability to use both entrances.
I'm just trying to find out when your guys are going to need it, so we can at least define that. That's all.
So for instance, if there's a private event, if you're hosting your birthday, you would want a direct entrance from the front. They come up to the hostess can walk them to the front, direct them downstairs directly.
Okay, so private special events like birthdays.
Yeah.
So, okay. And where you may be like renting out the bottom floor altogether.
Correct.
Yeah, like if it's a private 20-person dinner or something, it wouldn't make sense to walk them through the dining room, down the stairs, through the bathrooms to the
Right.
to the space.
I got you. And that's when you would need a host for the downstairs. Okay. All right. Mr. Pape, you have a question?
Yes. First of all, would you pronounce the name of the restaurant for me?
JAJAJA. It's ha 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 in Spanish, JAJAJA, because we're gringos.
Okay, good. Well, it's good to know that. So yeah, just following up on that, it looks like a full flight of stairs going to the basement from the front sidewalk. And I'm wondering if that is going to have a canopy over it, or will be maybe a chain across it when you're not monitoring that entrance?
Absolutely. There's a
Good
chain.
question.
Yeah, there's a chain that exists there now that hangs from one side to the other. We do accept quite a few deliveries through there. So sometimes one of our, employees may forget to click it back on, but there will be a chain. There is a chain existing there now that blocks it from people walking up and down.
Thank you.
We did talk about a canopy as well, just covering the stairs, but we didn't make a decision on any sort of rainproof or cover to that just yet.
Thanks.
Okay, but it won't be an area where people will be hanging out. That's, I think.
On the stairs, no.
That's not the plan, no.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So I know that Mr. Gruber is here. David, would you like to speak? maybe he's, I know he does.
Yeah, I would like to speak, Bob. Yeah.
Go ahead, David, and then I'll see if anybody else would like to. Go ahead, you first.
First, I want to thank Nima and Karush. We had a lot of meetings. It was a productive meeting, and I think they really want to be part of the fabric of the community. So we felt good about supporting their license for the basement. There were some questions that some of the people had, which we didn't get to, about making sure that nothing is put in the roadbed once you take it out, and, planters and things, and, seating. So I think we've got through that, right, guys? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, there will be nothing in the roadbed and no seating in the roadbed.
Okay. Otherwise, I want to thank you for being part of the community, and we wish you the best of luck with your new basement facility. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
You got it.
Thank you, David. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this particular application? And if so, could you please raise your hand?
Bob, I'm raising people.
Yeah.
Okay, Andrea Mayer, I'm just going to allow to talk.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We got you, Miss Mayor. Go ahead.
I want to thank Karash, whose name I'm so sorry. I think I'm
It's a tough one. Yeah, Kurosh. Ku for short.
Okay, and Nima, thank you. It's just really great we were able to come to some kind of agreement. And with David, I agree. We look forward to attending your restaurant, actually. I just want to stress again that no matter how many, it's not about how many tables are outside, but the 8-foot rule should always be in place. And we'd like to hear that, that's always going to be adhered to, and that the tables in the front will always be in front of your storefront. And that's it.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Appreciate it very much that you came out.
Thank you.
And I have
Leslie Clark, you have.
Ms. Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Bob and Donna, and thank you, David, and the applicants, Karush and Nima. I too was at the meeting, and I would like to say that I was very pleased to see that they made this arrangement for the benefit of their street, with Andrea and Melissa were there, both who are actually right next to it, near neighbors, and West Village residents is very happy to support this application under these terms to which they have agreed. Very happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we got everybody right, Donna?
It looks like it.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming out and speaking. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Does anybody else have any questions or inquiries from the committee? I don't see any. You guys, thank you very much for coming back, taking the time to meet with your neighbors and working things out.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it,
guys.
Okay. Best you. And I'll be in touch with the stipulations. Okay.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, Susan, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You gave me the ability to speak, but you didn't elevate me.
Now we can hear you as well. Now we can't hear you at all, and I don't even see you.
You allowed her to speak, but she wasn't elevated to a panelist. I just elevated her to a panelist. So
Okay.
she's coming back and she should be good.
Okay, we'll call out the next.
There she is.
All
Sorry,
right.
Susan.
That's okay. I just didn't want to interrupt while you were doing the application, but okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just one, before we get on to the next application, just one more announcement. One of the applications was laid over right before the meeting tonight, and that is 14th Street LLC DBA Between Us at 232 West 14th Street. That particular application, while it still stands on our agenda tonight, is not going to be heard this month. It will be heard next month at the beginning of December. Okay. All right. So next up is going.
Bob, do you see the comment in the chat from Barney Kulak?
Okay. I have not. All right. Thank you, Katie. Okay, so next up is going to be Greed Island LLC, DBA to be announced at 61 Van Dam Street. We're going to hear that with the second Greed Island application at 70 Charlton Street. It's the same applicant. So if you are here on that application, would you please raise your hand?
Hmm.
Good evening, everyone. Michael Kelly representing the applicant.
Great. And Mr. Kelly, just want to make sure that we have everybody.
Yes, Hiro.
I think, and then what about Anna Yamaguchi? Is she with you as well? She has her hand up. She declined.
Yes, yes.
She is. So do you want her up here as a panelist?
Yes, please.
Okay, she just declined. So Anna, you need to allow yourself to be a panelist. Yep, she's coming on.
Okay, would we be able to do 70 Charlton first?
Yes, that's fine. I would just wait till she comes up and then we will.
Okay.
She's up there. Let's see. And then Amelia Nicholas, who is that? Is that with this application? Did she come up by mistake?
Is that
How
from
about
the
us?
last?
Okay.
Okay, whenever we're ready.
Okay, and so we have Hannah.
Yeah, Anna, you can turn on your video if you'd like to.
Okay, I see some pretty flowers. So go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
And one of the owners, Hirohisa, is with us. He's also
Yes.
on the Zoom. So this is an on-premise liquor license application for Greed Island. We're located at 70 Charlton Street between Hudson and Varick. We're a full-service Japanese restaurant located in a building that's been under construction or was under construction for about 13 years. It was never licensed before. That's one of the reasons, and we are not taking over a space that was previously a retail store. We're located on the first floor using 2,000 square feet of space. We have 7 tables with 30 seats and 10 seats at the bar. There is no outdoor seating, no sidewalk seating, no shed. The hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 12 a.m., 7 days a week. We have extremely low Japanese background music. New restaurant will bring lighting and activity to the area, hopefully making it safer. The on-site owner operator will be Hirohisa. He has owned and operated Hirohisa at 73 Thompson Street since June of 2013, and he has no complaints that we know of. He's a professional restaurateur who'll be bringing his expertise to this new developing area. I say developing because of Disney. There is no Japanese restaurant within 500 feet of us that we could find. The closest one I could find is Tataki at 3 Lispinard, which is about 2,000 feet away. We would be a reservation-driven restaurant, so we would not have lines outside. We, of course, would take walk-ins if space was available. It's small, so the reservations would make sense. When I sent the questionnaire to Ms. Arenas, I included the 3 closest block associations And also asked if anyone wanted to speak to the owner. And as you know, Ms. Shea got in contact and we held this over a month. I think Ms. Shea spoke with Hero, and a couple of the points was soundproofing, which we could layer the ceiling with a soundproofing that we have some specs on, which I can email you. Smokers would be asked to walk to the corner if they wanted to smoke. Ventilation going to the roof was a concern. The landlord built ventilation to the roof. It already exists. I guess the landlord had the idea of renting to a restaurant. And putting in a venting system after the building was built would not make any sense. Kristen was also concerned about hours and having them in line with San Marino, which is next door in the hotel. Looking up on the SLA website, San Marino has a 2 a.m. closing 7 days a week, so we'd be closing 2 hours less than them or earlier than them. I don't know if they're the agreed upon hours with the CB, but it appears to be from what the SLA says. Our ceiling is concrete and the building is steel frame, so we do not expect any noise to bother residents. We can put up the soundproofing as an extra precaution. We can do a sound test in anyone's apartment that wants us to. But our lease does hold us responsible for not disturbing the residents, so it would be in our interest to not have any noise problems and possibly lose our investment if we get evicted. So if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kelly. So what is the connection with the other application?
The same owners.
Okay, and that's the only connection? Is the building connected or?
The building is the same building. And the other place is on the opposite side on Van Dam Street.
Okay.
Same CVO, same everything.
All right. Okay, I'll open it up. Dr. Smith, you have a question?
Yes, Michael,
Yes.
this is a restaurant that's going to be in a building that it has not been completely built yet. Did I understand that?
It is now, but it was
Oh,
under
it's now,
construction
okay.
about, from what I can see, about 12 years.
Okay. Is it, are there residents in that building?
Yes.
And how many?
I don't know how many apartments are rented. Ms. Shea may know better. She's one of the residents there.
Yeah. Dr.
I
Smith?
don't, oh, I'm sorry. Did you want me to?
Yeah, you go
try
ahead.
to-
Go ahead, Kristen. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Yeah, I don't know how many are actually sold or rented. I believe it's actually two built, just to give you the layout, there are 2 towers with a courtyard in the middle. And so one tower has windows facing Charlton Street and then the courtyard. And then the second building has windows facing Van Dam and the courtyard. And I'm not sure how many apartments are in here, but there's 23 floors, if that helps. So there's like 2 to 3 apartments per floor in each tower.
Thanks, Kristen.
You want to do- Sure.
Sorry, Kristen.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Did that do it, Dr. Smith?
Yes, I said to Kristen, thank you. Yes, that did. Thank you.
Okay, great. Because you still have your hand up. That's why I asked. Okay. All right. Is there anybody else from the committee that has any questions? Okay. Kristen, I know that you would like to speak. So be my guest. Go ahead.
Sure. I think Michael pretty accurately sort of described what me and Hero talked about. So I did have the opportunity to meet him and Anna. It was a pleasure. They seem like they're really interested in working with the residents and being a good part of the community. So I do want to say that. We did, unfortunately, my hope was that the residents could meet with them. It wasn't their fault that they couldn't. The building did not want me to post to sort of the residents as a whole, like do sort of an online blast, just letting them know of this opportunity. Or I think some of them might have been interested in meeting with them or showing up tonight. So it's unfortunate, but it was the building management's fault, not the restaurant's fault. And I did hear that Hero did come into the building and try to get signatures back in before the October meeting. So, you know, that he did do that. So, and then as far as the things we talked about, you know, again, like I feel like Michael hit it pretty well. I do want to say a couple of other points. We talked about taking out trash, and Hero agreed to coordinate with our building, with our super, to make sure that it's the trash pickup is, you know, just in line with the way so that it doesn't become an overwhelming issue on Vandam with the trash piling up between our residents and the restaurant. So he did agree to do some coordination and talk to our building super. He also, one thing I thought was very cool is his philosophy is to use everything and to minimize waste. So I thought that was a cool philosophy. He had a name for it, but I can't remember what it is. So maybe he might want to tell it's a Japanese name. But we did agree that even with that in mind, you know, with the idea of, say, you cut up fish and you use the head and the tail for, say, a stew or a fish sauce, sometimes you can't use fish because it falls on the floor or something happens. And he did agree to wrap that fish up in a very concealed way to prevent that, because we all know that sometimes even nice restaurants that serve fish, there can be a fishy smell with the trash if it's laid out, you know, on a hot August day. So he did agree to do that as well, which was really great. Then the only other on this application, I'm just seeing if there's anything. Oh, yeah, and he also did agree on this application to provide the number for him or for the manager, for Anna, to the staff and residents if they had any issues or any questions, that they could reach out to him and to him or to her, and that they would be available to deal with any issues. So yeah, so that's kind of the basics of what we talked about at the meeting.
Great. And I see Dr. Smith has her hand up. Do you have a question, Dr. Smith?
A quick question, follow-up. Christian, do you live in the building?
I do live in the building.
Okay.
I do live in a building, and I'll just full disclosure, my apartment, my window faces the courtyard. So my window doesn't face either Charlton or Vandam, but I do live in the 70 Charlton building.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great. And so, all right, thank you very much, Kristen. I really appreciate it. Just a quick follow-up, Michael, in terms of, well, or Hero, what experience do you have, Hero, in operating restaurants?
Hero?
Can you say that again? Yes.
Yeah, I'm just asking about your experience. That's all.
Okay. So I came to the United States 2000 as a cook. Then I opened restaurant in Brooklyn, and also now the existing restaurant, my restaurant, Hirohisa, on 73 Thompson Street. So 9 years ago. And I also opened the sushi restaurant, Sushi Ikumi, on Sullivan Street, 135 Sullivan, 2 years ago.
And have you held liquor licenses before, the one on Thompson Street?
Yes, both we have.
Great. Okay, that's what I wanted to find out. I appreciate that very much. Michael, do you want to, before I open it up to the public, do you want to go through the other application as well?
Sure. Okay.
And this is in the same building, but on the other side.
Opposite side.
Okay, so
this is-
so Charlton is on one side and Vandam is on the other. The building goes all the way through that particular middle.
Correct,
block.
with the
Okay.
two towers. So this is an on-premise liquor license application for the same occupant. The premise will offer Japanese desserts for our clients who eat at the restaurant who want to extend their unique dining experience by coming here for dessert or a Japanese cocktail. We're gonna have a lot of specialty Japanese whiskeys that you won't find in many places, or take something home. The premise will be open to anybody, not just customers from the restaurant. And it will also be serving Japanese style breakfast. The food will be cooked at our sister restaurant, the one we just went through, and walked over on the street and reheated when necessary. So it's going to be a small place. The hours of operation we were looking for would be 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. The reason for the later hour is to serve the later diners coming from our restaurant who want to come have a specialty Japanese cocktail or whiskey in a smaller, cozier, more private location where a small group may want to sit and socialize for an hour or so after dinner. Due to the square footage of 550 square feet and only 8 seats in the premise, we see no way that will have any late night crowds leaving our premise and disturbing neighbors. We would post a sign outside reminding them to please be quiet. This premise also has never been licensed or rented. It's a fairly new building and started construction about 13 years ago. So in essence, we also are not taking over a space that was a previous retail store. Disney is being built across the street. Manhattan Mini Storage is to our right. And the latest C of O for the building to our left says retail and offices. The Zola website says the building is a condominium office space. So if there are any questions on this application, we'd be happy to answer.
And just to confirm, you're only going to have 4 tables and 8 seats in the entire
4
place?
tables, 8 seats, and a service bar.
Okay, all right.
It's mainly if anybody can walk in, but if there's a small group at the restaurant that wants to come sit down, sample Japanese whiskeys or other Japanese specialty cocktails, they could do so in a nice, small, private setting.
Okay, great. Does anybody have any inquiry from the committee? I don't see anyone with their hand raised. Ms. Shea, would you like to speak again? Go.
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. Okay, so I just want to reiterate that there are residents who's, because again, it's 2 towers. So there are residents in the Vandam side, in the towers in Vandam. One thing, I did have the opportunity to inquire about soundproofing, and there is, as Michael mentioned, there is soundproofing in the space, the Charlton side space, but the Vandam side space does not have soundproofing. It's basically a cement. It hasn't been prepared for anything, so it's just basically a cement room. And I did get word that currently, if someone is standing in the Vandam space and is talking at somewhat of a regular level, you can hear that in the lobby of the residential building. So I would ask that, even though it sounds like, the soundproofing is already in decent shape on the other side, and sounds like Hero is going to put some additional soundproofing, but that there is also consideration of doing soundproofing on the Vandam side. And I appreciate Michael said that they would do some testing and all of that, but I did want to reiterate that it's definitely necessary on the Vandam side. And then other than that, I think that that's really, we did talk about hours. Unfortunately, like I said, I would love if there had been neighbors here to express if they have any issues, but we don't, as far as I know. Maybe someone else was able to come, but yeah, so so I don't really have so much of a comment on the hours, but it's unfortunate that there's not someone, just in case there was someone with an issue. But
great. I got a hand raised by Ms. Bordenaro. Go ahead, Katie.
I'm a little perturbed that the Kristen's building did not participate in a community request, and I don't know if we should, how we should address that issue. This is they're not being civic minded at all, and I would like to brainstorm with Kristen to see how we could educate them that this is not, that this is something that they should do. You know, they're in the wrong and not making a very good impression as, you know, just coming into the neighborhood. In the spaces.
I don't disagree with you, Katie. I'm not
Yeah.
sure there is much. Go ahead, Kristen. You want to answer? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to say first of all, I love my building. So you know, our staff here are top rate. I mean, I just can't even say enough about how amazing the residents and the staff here are. I can't speak, you know, so well to the you know, I don't know the folks who are managing. I feel like they had some commercial reason for doing so, but I don't know what it is. I mean, Katie, I agree. I wish I think it would have been just better to have the residents involved. So I'm not really clear on what was happening there. Maybe they didn't understand. It might have been the answer. I just wanted to make clear that the staff here is just like our super, and everyone who works here is like the greatest people. So it wasn't them who you know, created this issue. I will say though, one positive thing is that the management, again, not understand kind of why they didn't want to. I think they didn't understand the process. Is really, I don't think they were doing it to be contrary. I think they didn't understand the liquor license process, and so they just didn't get it. It is the way I would. So they didn't understand what we were doing. So maybe that's my fault. Maybe I didn't make it clear enough. But I will say that they manage both the residents and the commercial space. So there is some. I mean, obviously, they don't want to make the residents angry in the building either. So they're not going to, I feel like they have an incentive to put a good operator in the commercial space and not to put someone who's going to be loud or, you know, be a problem. I feel like that's probably the case. And there's some people in my building who, you know, have spent a lot, who bought their places. I rent, but they bought their places. And so, you know, they've spent, you know, a lot of money to live here. And so, you know, I do feel like the management has an incentive to, you know, to represent everyone in the building, you know, well. So yeah, I don't know. So, but I appreciate your comment, Katie. I really do. So yeah, maybe the next, maybe they'll understand better that this was just part of the process and sort of understand that a little bit more, that this is just how it works. So yeah.
Thank you, Kristen. Dr. Smith, I think, has her hand raised. She has a question too.
Yes, a follow-up question to what I've heard so far. While I agree with Katie, you basically, Kristen, you have said earlier that you're on the inside, so you're not going to be affected in any way by these applications or businesses, correct? You won't be affected at all, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say I wouldn't be affected at all. I mean, obviously, yeah, of course, you know, if we have a bad operator in there, I would definitely be affected to, you know, to have to walk into my building and have a bad operator who was working next. So you know, I do have an incentive. And, you know, for example, not necessarily like San Marino is a good example. He was a good operator, and that was really important to me, and really worked with us to be a good operator, and was really open. And I really appreciated that, even though my window is not facing his establishment. And the same with Hero, my window is not facing them, but absolutely, you know, it does affect me. But I appreciate what you're saying. It doesn't affect me if at you know, it was really loud at midnight.
Yeah, that was my, and I mean, not to belabor the point, point, we've gone through this a lot. Then you said that because, you know, of the way management and not wanting to bother the neighbors and the residents, are you in agreement with the hours is my next question.
Got you. So I mean, I'm just gonna be, you know, again, I wish we
Well, I
had,
hope you are honest. You're going to be honest, Kristen. Go ahead.
of course, of course. So I mean, you know, definitely 100% on the Charleston side. With I don't think there's a. First of all, it's in line with the neighboring restaurant, and then Vandam. I mean, when I say I'm going to be honest, it's I have somewhat mixed. I wish we had the residents' input, because on a personal level, I like the hours. And one reason I do like the hours in particular is because Vandam has become a really, really dangerous, creepy street since Disney started construction, because there's no lighting, there's nothing going on. It used to be a very active street. And so you'd be very comfortable coming home and walking through that door at night. And now, you know, I go around the block because I don't feel safe. So it would be kind of nice to have some activity where there was some, you know, so yeah. So in that way, I, you know, and plus, you know, just selfishly, I, you know, because I'd love to, you know, go over there myself and have a whiskey. So yeah, so on a personal level, I, you know, totally agree. It doesn't seem like it's going to have a huge impact because there's so few people. And it is sort of meant to be more of a relaxed atmosphere. But yeah, I do regret not having the folks whose windows face that street at least being able to sort of weigh in. They might not have any problem either, or if somebody had questions, or, but unfortunately, I'm not sure how to orchestrate that at this point. I did try, and I do feel like Hero tried. So, you know, there's not really much we can do on that end, but it does seem like, you know, it would provide some level of activity on a otherwise really what's become a really desolate, dark street. And it also would, you know, again, it seems minimal impact. I would feel definitely differently if there were, you know, a restaurant with, you know, even, you know, 30 people. I would feel very differently than I feel about 8 people leaving, you know, a place. So yeah,
I think we got it.
Okay, yeah, we got it, but I didn't hear your answer. Actually, are you in an agreement with the hours? Was my question as well.
I think I did answer.
I didn't hear it. I'm
because-
sorry then. Okay, what was sorry.
I feel like this is not a black and white yes, no answer. So, you know, so I guess my point is, you know, I feel that they seem under the circumstances to make sense. But you know, I don't want to answer to like what the community board should do at this point. The committee should do. But
I appreciate that, Ms. Shea. I think,
and I'm not asking you to. I just asked a yes or no answer, but you answered that you're not interested. You're not particularly comfortable answering. No problem. Thank you.
Could I add something?
Well,
quickly?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, and not to belabor. Thank you, Michael. Yeah. It's not that I'm not comfortable answering. It's that I gave the answer that I was going to give. So yeah. But thank you, Dr. Smith.
Yeah, go ahead, Donna.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Michael, did you want to chime in first?
I just wanted, you know, to reiterate that on Vandam, there's going to be 8 seats. So it's almost, you could have 8 people leaving your apartment at 2 a.m.
Okay, so now I'll chime in. So that was what I was going to say. It's a full on premise, 8 people, 2 o'clock in the morning. So many small, you know, that could be a group of 8 people leaving at 2 o'clock in the morning. That to me is an impact on this. So I was just wondering why it has to be 2 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, 7 days a week. And is there a plan for more insulation in there?
There is a plan for insulation. And I could talk to Hero about the hours during the week.
How about
But we
midnight,
will- we
Michael?
will-
Michael, how about midnight during the week? Okay.
Hero?
Hmm?
Midnight
Yep.
during the week is good.
Yeah, this
Sunday to Wednesday.
Yes.
Sunday to Thursday. Thursday. Week is
Thursday?
During the
Monday,
week,
Monday,
Sunday,
Tuesday, Wednesday,
Yeah.
Thursday.
There might be kids in the building. We don't really know. It probably will be children. They're going to be going to school. I didn't raise my hand. I apologize.
no problem, Dr. Smith. Mr. Booth, go ahead.
Yeah, I just see no reason they're shoehorning in a full liquor license for 8 seats in a previous unlicensed space to match some restaurant around the corner. I mean, that's not what, we have too many new applications. It just doesn't seem going late at night on any night of the week beyond midnight is really that there's any public interest, because if we start doing that everywhere, every little storefront is going to have a license, and that's really just not okay. You know, as far as a lot of these small spaces are what provide diversity in retail. So I just don't really see much of public benefit, and certainly not beyond midnight, 7 days a week.
Well, he agreed, we would agree to midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. The reason it's staying open later is because the restaurant's closing at 12. We may have some people who want to stay out a little later. We're going to have a specialty Japanese whiskey. That's going to be the main part of the menu. The place was previously unlicensed, but it's been under construction for 13 years. So we're not taking a retail store, a spot that was recently a retail store, out of the mix. If we go under the thinking that any new building that's never been licensed, that's built, can't have a restaurant because it's never been licensed before, then, you know, you're going to lose a lot of people looking to rent spaces.
Of course, that's silly. You already have a restaurant going in the building. We don't need to license every space, and certainly not for 8 people. If you go throughout our entire community, I mean, that's not public interest licensing all these small spaces for eight seats.
Well,
I mean,
this is
that's
just sorry.
I mean, we have tons of small spaces. We're going to hear others tonight. I mean, staying open until 2 a.m. doesn't mean you shoehorn in everything everywhere.
Well, we're just, you know, we're talking about this application in the new building. We have a lot of commercial space that's going up across the street from us. This spot is an add-on to the restaurant for a group that may have eaten in the restaurant that wants to have a cozy little cocktail or two after their dining experience. That's the reason for this.
But it's not the same license. I mean, we're treating it separately.
We would have to, it's not connected to the other place.
Right.
Internally. If it was connected to the other place, it'd be one license and an additional bar. But
I don't see much reason to support the application at all if that's the case, if you're unyielding on the hours through.
No, we said we would close at midnight, Sunday through Thursday.
You know, I'm talking about the all week. I mean, to match the restaurant.
Well, we'd rather stay open a little later on the weekends in case we have somebody eating in a restaurant who wants to stay out a little later, instead of trying to go for 2 a.m. in the restaurant to match San Marino's hours for next door. We're closing 2 hours earlier than them.
Okay.
So in essence, we're closing earlier. We didn't try to get 2 a.m. at the restaurant. We have this little spot that maybe a couple of people want to stay around for a drink instead of 2 a.m.
Yeah, I guess you're comparing to San Marino, which is in a hotel, which is, you know, and that's doesn't really match this. That's servicing a hotel. And, you know,
Okay, I look, so before, Kristen, you have your hand up. Did you want to speak one more time?
I just wanted to, Dr. Smith had asked whether there were children in the building, and I just wanted to say, yes, there are children who live on that side of the building.
Okay,
so
right. Thank you very much. Okay, so Michael, just so I got the bottom line is 12 during the week and 2 on the weekends. Is that correct?
Is that correct, Hero?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we'll be measuring later tonight. Okay, I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. It's nice to meet you, Hero, and we will be in touch. Okay.
Thank you.
And Mr. Kelly, is this all your applications for tonight?
Yes, it is.
Great. Thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Okay, next up is, just get this straight. It's going to be CE27 LLC DBA Quique Crudo at 27 Bedford Street. If you're here on that application, now would be the time to raise your hand.
Okay, so I have 2 Barney Kulak and 1 Winston Kulak. You can turn on your videos. And who is the Barney Kulak with the, there we go. So who is whom?
Okay, I think we have Winston, we have Barney. Okay.
No, I have 2 Barney, so I just want to rename one of them.
Gotcha.
I am Barney. The other one is probably Sam, my brother.
I'm Sam.
Okay.
Winston.
Winston is here.
Right, so your name is actually displayed there, so we're good with you, Mr.
Good with
Kulak.
you. And Sam, your last name is Kulak also, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I think we got it now.
Thank you.
And so this is a return again, like the other ones from last month, the other applications we heard already. And I think last month it was you, Barney, that was here.
Correct.
You're-
I
yeah,
was
you're on
there. I was here last month.
Okay, and I think one of the things was, doing some outreach, at least with the local block association. Were you able to get together with them?
We communicated with them through email and they gave us their requests.
Okay, all right. Why don't you all because there's new people here, why don't you introduce yourselves? I do want to just kind of segue because all of our committee members were here last month and heard this. So let's try to transition in as much as we can. I don't know if we necessarily need to hear it all over again, but go ahead. Go ahead. Whoever wants to start.
Winston, do you want to start?
Okay. I'm Winston Kulak. And the name of my little tiny restaurant is Quique Crudo. That Quique is a Spanish nickname for Henry. And Crudo is a tag for the kind of food that we're going to do, which is mostly cold food and seafood.
Okay, and that's fine. Why don't you, so Barney, you had presented this to us last month. What were the conditions, or at least what were some of the things that the community, the local block association indicated to you, and was there any compromise, and if so, what was that?
Yeah, we find their requests reasonable. They requested certain closing hours. I can let me pull those up for you one moment.
Sure, thank you.
They wanted the door closed 24 hours, 7 days a week. They asked for no operable windows, which we accept. They asked for closing time of 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. And they wanted phone numbers of managers and owner. The only issue is that they also had a request for no sidewalk seating or sidewalk or shed or outdoor shed.
Yeah, may I enter the conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. But there is no shed, right?
Correct.
Yeah, there's no shed and there's no sidewalk. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Kulak. You can enter the conversation, but where are we? Just trying to find out where we were, at least in terms. Is there any compromise on the hours?
I think that on the weekend, you can't really usher people out earlier than midnight or 1 o'clock.
So so what is it that you're willing, if you are willing to compromise with the block association, what would you be, what is the compromise? That's what I'm trying to get to, because I appreciate Sam and Winston, you coming down. I think we got a very good introduction as to who you folks are and what the licensed premises is planned to be at that location. We know what was there before. We know that you folks own the building. And I don't mean to cut right to the chase, but I do think this is coming down to some form of compromise on hours on this particular block, which has seen an incredible increase in liquor licenses on a very, very significant residential block. So I do think that is, I'm kind of putting it to you at the very beginning, but I did agree to take you first last month, but I took all the ones that I heard last month. The ones that I heard before you tonight were actually from last month as well. So that's what I'm really looking for, because I do think we have a pretty good understanding of who you folks are.
Okay. So Barney, what are the hours you think we should be asking for?
Well, I think these are not totally unreasonable. I think if we could get a midnight on Friday and Saturday, I think that's very reasonable. I think 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday we can accept. I think, if someone arrives at 9:30 and they want to eat a meal, I think it's going to be hard to get them out by 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So, a midnight closing would be ideal.
Yeah, and when our stipulations, the way they do read is they read everybody out. In other words, no patrons left. So if it is 12 o'clock, it will, it's expected that the place is not that people can't be working in there to close it up, but I'm talking about patrons in general. They have to be out by that time. So, and during the week, you're saying 10 p.m. and on the weekend 12?
Winston?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay. Okay. I'm not saying whether it is or not. That was really what we were looking for. We were really looking for you to meet with them. You did that. And we were looking for some form of compromise, because we're pretty familiar with that block association and this particular location or the locations on this block. And we appreciate that you have done that. Again, we do know who you are. We learned about you last month, and we understand that you have a tremendous experience in the hospitality industry. And I don't know if we really need to go back into that. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, Dr. Smith, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you. Barney, what were the hours that were proposed by the residents?
By the residents? Oh, by the block association?
The block association, with the people with whom you met.
Yeah, they asked for a closing time of 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday and 10 p.m.
So he said it before, Dr. Smith. It was 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. on the weekends. And they're asking for midnight on the weekends.
Thank you.
Okay. And
Katie.
Yeah, go ahead, Katie. But before Katie, Mr. Quique, I just filled in because we lost you for a little bit there in terms of your voice. Okay. Go ahead, Katie.
Okay, I did have a question, and I don't know if Carter might help us out on this. I looked on the C of O, and it said that the floor with you planning the restaurant is supposed to have a store and a tenement, which I took to be an apartment. And we've run into this before. Remember, on Christopher Street, we ran into this. So is there currently an apartment on the back, in the back of that first floor, ground floor, the street level floor?
Yes, yes,
Will it continue to be there when the restaurant is built?
yes.
Oh, I didn't see that on your plan. Let me pull up your plan again.
Right, but the apartment wouldn't be in the plan.
Well, no, might not be, but I just want to see where it is because I couldn't understand it from what we were given.
It's behind the restaurant. The restaurant faces the street and the apartment is behind the restaurant.
So there would be a wall in between the restaurant and the apartment.
Correct.
And there's a hallway. There's another door. There's another door, and then there's a hallway in the building, and you have that. So this back door, the back door after the end of the food prep, that goes into the building. Hallway.
Yes, that
Yes.
does.
And how is that going to be secured, that door?
The door is locked except when we need to access the hallway door to the cellar.
So the employees of the restaurant have to go through the residential area in order to
Through the
access-
hallway on the first
Still,
floor.
that's part of the residential, that's the residential hallway.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and what, so just to follow up on what Katie is getting to, so the restaurant is located on the first floor. One would need to exit a doorway into the residential hallway to get to what? That will also belongs to the restaurant, or that would
To
be
the
used by
door
the
to
restaurant.
the cellar.
And what is in the cellar?
The cellar has storage and some refrigeration for the restaurant.
And so where would the alcohol be stored for the restaurant?
Alcohol would be stored mainly in the main part of the restaurant.
Because
the bar back.
This is the concern that is being brought up here, Mr. Kulak, is that the liquor authority does ask the question whether or not the licensed premises has other access to other locations, which in this case is a residential hallway. I mean, that's why she's asking that, and that may be problematic with regards to residents. In other words, they're going to be commingling of the residential hallway by the business.
Well, we would certainly be very, very careful. Both doors would be locked and the employees would only have access for the purpose of restaurant activity. For example, there's a water meter in the cellar. There's a water service in the cellar. There's an electrical room in the cellar, and there's some storage in the cellar.
Right. It's so the electrical meters of things of that sort would belong to the building. And that's one thing, but in terms of the use of the restaurant, whether it be refrigerators or storage or what's being down there to get from one point A to point B is through the residential hallway. Is there some form of sidewalk hatch or another means of a way to get to the storage or the lower level facilities that you seek to use?
There is, but I think this is an old building, and the sidewalk hatch is very kind of difficult to use. It's only really to be used in a fire emergency or in delivery of things to the restaurant storage area, but it's not used, I think, very much during restaurant operations.
No, I understand that, but we've had this issue come up in the past because of the buildings that exist in our neighborhoods, and you can't have a residential passageway be a part of the licensed premise, which is essentially what is being done here. Dr. Smith, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
guess my next question would be, that residential part in the back, is that somebody, is that family owned? I mean, who's in that apartment? Can we ask that question? Or they'll never be able to be in that space at any time with the workers? Yes or no, other patrons?
Correct.
Yeah,
We-
but that is a residential apartment. That would be separate from the residential hallway, Dr. Smith.
I understand that.
Okay.
And I think you said, Wilson, yes? Oh, no.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, so I guess my suggestion, Mr. Kulak, father and sons, is that is there a way to access without going through the residential hallway? In other words, that's something that will likely gum up the works here.
Well, it's been that way as far as we know forever. It's hard in these ancient buildings to make that logical. And the distance between the exit from the restaurant to the hallway and the doorway to the cellar is about 3 feet. So it's not that they're marching through the hallway with food or anything like that. It's very, very small.
No, I understand that it's only 3 feet. I don't think that matters as much. It's the use of the hallway, it being for residential purposes. With regards to the other means downstairs, you're indicating there is a hatch.
Yes.
Why can't the hatch be used for the purpose of going up and down to where you need to go to operate the restaurant?
Yes, it can be, and we do use it that way. But there are times, I think, that you must access the hall. For example, in a fire emergency.
Right.
I mean,
No,
that's-
we're not going to, fire emergency is different. Okay. We're talking about use of the hallway, not fire emergency. We understand fire emergency. There has to be that.
Correct. Okay, so I think we can agree that deliveries and use of the cellar will be through the hatch from the street.
That's what we
Except
need
in
to do.
emergency.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what we need you to agree to. And that's what we're trying to get to here. It's a little different, what's being asked now than in the past. It's a different business that was there before. This is an on-premise license. And so if you're willing to do that, I think that would be very, very helpful, at least in terms of our consideration for the application.
Okay, I see no reason not to.
I think that's very wise. I think ultimately the liquor authority would not allow that. That's just I'm not a professional liquor licensing person, but I do have a pretty good understanding that that's something that they would not look well upon. That's all. Dr. Smith, you have your hand up.
Oh, sorry, Bob.
Okay, okay, great. Okay. So is there anybody else from the committee that has any inquiry? I don't see any. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this application? If so, if you could raise your hand now, that would be much appreciated.
I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay. So I think that does it. We have all the Kulaks here. It was a pleasure meeting all of you. Maybe I don't have all of you. Maybe there are others, but at least in terms of father and sons, it was nice to meet you all. We will, deliberate later tonight. And in terms of stipulations, they will be provided after the meeting. And one of those stipulations would be not to use the residential hallway. I just want to make sure that is something that you'll be prepared to see in the future. And that's it, I think. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
to
you.
the
And
chair.
really, really appreciate you getting together with
luck.
the Bar Association. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye now.
Bye, Matt.
Okay, next up is going to be Bangkok Supper Club, DBA Bangkok Supper Club at 641 Hudson Street. If you could raise your hand, and we'll bring you up.
Good evening, everybody.
Hey there. Good to see you, Anthony.
Hi, likewise.
Does everybody, there are other people with you?
Jennifer Sue should also be on. It's one of
Right.
the partners.
Yes,
Good evening, everybody. Anthony Caraballo, the representative for Bangkok Supper Club. This is an establishment located at 641 Hudson Street. This was formerly Gunther Seeger, New York. There was a full liquor license there. They closed down around 2019. The operators are Jennifer and Chat. You know them already. They have Fish Cheeks in your board at 55 Bond. They're good operators. We came before you in March on an alteration. They added space next door, and you guys approved that. The State Liquor Authority approved it. So this venue will have 19 tables with 58 seats. There'll be a bar with 11 chairs. The hours of operation, 12 a.m. to 12 p.m., 7 days. There is background music only, no outdoor seating. Again, the operators of this establishment have a liquor license, full liquor license since 2016. Even prior to that, they have extensive experience in the industry. Regarding our outreach, we submitted to Ms. Arenas a page of petition signatures. We also reached out to Mr. Hope of the West Village Residents Block Association on several occasions. I have a log. I think we've attempted to contact him 5 times via phone call and email, and we just haven't connected. Jennifer's glad to meet him and host him at the space. So that's essentially where we are. The concept here is upscale Thai, basically shareable plates, a little bit different, which is traditional Thai eating. And we'd be delighted to answer any questions the committee might have. Thank you so much.
Okay. And just so I got it straight, there's not anything out on the sidewalk or outside?
No
Right.
outdoor seating.
And there's, I remember this application, or at least the Seeger application, there's no operable windows or doors on this particular establishment, right?
No,
And no plan to change that, to open things up?
no, it's a landmark building, so we don't really want to touch it.
Great, thank you, Jennifer. That's it for me. Katie, do you got your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I did not see in your materials any prices on the food, so I'd be curious to know what the price point is, you know, what you consider to be the average check. And I didn't see it, any drinks menu at all, so I'd like to know, you know, what the liquor check, you know, would be as well.
Okay, so our concept is small shareable plates, so Thai tapas. Our plates will range about from $12 to $20. Our projected average check per person is about $75 per person. Liquor, cocktail menus is being curated at the moment. That's why I don't have it yet. The price for the liquor is probably going to go around $17 to $20. And that is it.
So the $75 includes the liquor?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Donna, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, hi, thanks for coming in.
Hi.
There is the James Street Block Association, which is near there, and I live right around the corner, basically, so it'd be nice to see something in that space. I know your other place is very popular, and so will you be having a reservation system here? Will you do something about remote, so people aren't just hanging around outside?
Yeah, so we want to make it into like an elevated Thai cuisine. So yes, 100%, we want it to be reservation driven. We don't really want large crowd. Like, we want to be able to kind of give a very, you know, nice and calm experience to our guests. So yes, reservation would be, that's going to be the majority of our dining room.
Okay, and then you'll use some remote
Yes.
way to let them know when a table's ready in case?
Yes, yes.
Great, great. It sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, but there will be some walk-ins, right? It's not going to be
Yes.
a reservation.
So the bar will also be treated as full service as well. So we can see walk-ins and stuff like that at the bar.
Okay. And when you say remote reservation system, will that be in place every night?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I think that does it. Is there anybody else? I see Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thanks. I see that you have marked that this is going to occupy only one floor. And yet I see stairways in the
It's
floor plan.
so
There's a
one-
basement. The basement area will be used dedicated to storage and additional food prep, right, Jennifer?
Yes.
So no patron use downstairs, no bathrooms downstairs?
No.
Yeah,
Correct.
so usually they designate in the form, the square footage for the ground floor and cellar. Do you have that?
We have that handy, Jennifer, square footage?
Let me look. I know that the total for upstairs is 2,200. I'm not sure for the downstairs, but I can find out.
Was it the same size, Jennifer?
Yes.
Or is it, so it'd be the same downstairs? I'm looking at the
Well,
diagrams right now.
yes, it is the same size. Yes.
So Mr. Pape, just to answer, I'm looking at the basement diagram. So there's several areas for storage. There's an employee bathroom. There's the building boiler room not used by the applicant, and there's a food prep area as well.
Okay, and you're looking at a floor plan of the cellar.
Correct.
And we're not looking at any floor plan of the cellar.
Well, we submitted it to Ms. Arenas with our package,
Huh.
which was emailed on October 25th at 4:13.
Okay, but it's strictly utilitarian, no patrons at all.
No.
Yeah, no pages. If you guys need to, I can certainly email that to Ms. Arenas first thing in the morning or even right now.
Yeah,
We have it in the package.
yeah, it is here.
Oh,
It
great.
is-
Thank you, Carter.
Yeah, it is
All
here.
right.
But the square footage, yeah, square footage would be probably a little less than the first floor, but it is, you're right,
It
Brian.
would be less because there's a boiler room that's solely used by the landlord. So you're correct, it would be less.
And where's
Thank
the
you.
bathroom on your ground floor plan?
Let's see.
It's going to be on the right-hand side if you're looking into the
Yeah,
restaurant.
correct. Towards the back, middle right, but more towards the back is the restroom.
All right, it's just a single.
I think it's the unmarked room.
Correct, correct.
There's only one bathroom, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are we missing a page of the application? Because I don't see where.
You
the
have to look
square
in the
footage-
Google Drive.
Yeah,
I'm looking, I'm
It's on,
looking, but
it's down below. It's down below. Page 18 of 43.
Is that where they have the square footage? Because this.
No,
this-
no, they don't have the
No.
square footage there. No.
But there's, that whole section seems to be missing from the application. I'm wondering if there's a page missing. That's where, maybe what the problem is.
When you say there's a page missing, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that.
In the in the application itself?
Right, well, you have to give me more specifics, like what page are you talking about?
Well, page 1 is the cover page, then there's page 2, type of license on the top of page 3, but I don't see the premises, sublease, mixed zoning. I don't see the question that asks for the square footage on the app. I don't see a place for them to put it on the application that we received.
Yeah, I see your point.
I
Katie.
think you might be
We don't
correct.
have the number of tables and chairs.
The
either,
interior premises.
right?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
we
there's
are
something-
missing that page. And well stated, Katie, I did not notice that.
Yeah, I can email it right over to you guys. It's 19 tables, 58 seats, again, 11 seats at the bar. And the square footage Jennifer indicated was about 2,200 on the first floor. It'll be a little less in the basement.
Yeah, that would be great if you could provide that information.
Absolutely.
And
And can we find out where the bathroom is on the plan before they leave, Bob, please?
Yeah, so the bathroom, doctor, is in the middle to the back on the right. As Carter mentioned, it's not labeled, so I'll also
Okay.
send in a diagram labeling the bathroom. You'll have that within
Okay,
5 minutes when we finish.
That's great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody with their hands up from the committee. I'll open it up to anyone from Carter. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know there are a couple of members of the community here in this area who have their hands raised. I live, as many of you remember, on the same block as one of the applicant's other restaurants, Fish Cheeks, and I just say that they're a very good, responsive operator, and they're very popular restaurant. The sidewalk, at times, while perhaps a little bit busy, is certainly well managed, and I think being on an avenue is probably even more appropriate. And they're well spoken. Everybody in the neighborhood loves the food. Perhaps some couple of small issues, but certainly those are addressed, et cetera. So I just we had a couple of back and forth when they were here a number of months ago to expand into the adjacent space. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I think that that this space where Mr. Seeger was previously is a great location, and I hope they're able to use the space to its fullest extent, and do well there. So I can't speak more positively in that regard, but I just wanted to bring that up, and I'm not sure if there were conversations with the community. I haven't spoken to the applicant about this, so thanks.
Great, thank you, Carter. Dr. Smith, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd just like to say yes to what Carter said about Jennifer's place. Hi, Jennifer.
That's great. Thank you.
Hi.
Dr. Okay, so I see a couple of people have already raised their hands. We'll bring you up to speak. If there's anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this particular application, please raise your hand so we can bring you up. So I got Zach. Go ahead, Zach.
Hi, so is my microphone working?
It is.
Great. Yeah, my name is Zach Weinstein. I live on Horatio Street. Just had a couple of points. First, wanted to reiterate what Donna said. I know that the location on Bond Street's been very successful and very popular. And it really is essential that if there are walk-ins who start backing up and waiting for tables, there has to be some kind of remote notification system so that you don't end up with a crowd on the sidewalk outside. The other point I wanted to bring up was the history of hours at this location. Gunther Seeger actually closed significantly earlier than 11 p.m. than midnight on weekdays. And the last applicant who was approved was recommended for a license at this location back in January of this year was Il Fiorista Village. And they applied for closing hours of 11 p.m. Sunday to Thursday and 11:30 p.m. Friday and Saturday. It seems to me like 11 p.m. really is a more appropriate closing time than midnight on weekdays for this location. And I'd like to ask if the applicant would consider an 11 p.m. Sunday to Thursday closing time, and then the midnight closing time Friday and Saturday.
Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, we're okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, you, Jennifer, too fast, Jennifer. I was going to indicate that actually.
I mean, it's like
yeah.
that's
So
okay.
I would want to retract what you just said. We can. Here's my argument, guys. The state liquor authority printout for Gunther Seeger actually says 1 a.m. So I don't know if you guys approved that or the liquor authority allowed them to operate 1 a.m. Maybe they didn't utilize those hours. But I think given Jennifer's status as a very good operator in your particular board,
knocking me out and I have to do other things. So.
I think midnight's extremely fair. She may not even use it. When we sat down and we discussed it, she's a lot of times guys will be out of there 11:30. But I think our hours are very fair given her history. If she was a novice and you've never seen her before and she didn't have a restaurant in your board that operates well, we would be more than amenable. So that's my position, Jennifer. You can respectfully disagree if you like. It's up to you.
Well, yeah, so
I would just like to point out that that CB2 did not approve the 1 a.m. hours. That was done at the SLA over CB2's objection. And as you said, Gunther Seeger did never actually use those hours. He did close significantly earlier than midnight on weekdays.
Yeah. Yeah, he did close a lot early, but okay, so I mean, we've gone a little bit back and forth here, so, but I want to get to Miss Rodman.
Hi, it's Anita Rodman, 61 Jane. Can you hear me?
We got you.
Okay. First of all, I want to echo some other comments, such as Ms. Rafteri's. We would welcome a nice restaurant in this location. It is true that Gunter Seeger never went even very often, not even past 11. Because we are highly residential along this corridor, and we already have, bar and books across the street, I think on Sunday and Monday would be nice if you weren't operating terribly late. If there's flexibility there, Jennifer, to close at 11 or so, it's our 2 nights of peacefulness residentially in the neighborhood. But other than that, I welcome eating there. Thank you.
Jennifer, if you're okay with that, that's more than fair. If you're willing to close.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. I mean, with
That's
our,
fair.
even for the one on Bond Street, like our last reservation usually is at 9:30, 10 o'clock, but that's like maybe one table and they're super fast. Like most people don't really eat Thai food that late at night. It just,
They don't know what they're missing, but thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
So we would agree with Miss Rodman's request for those 2 days to be closing earlier.
Okay, so just so I got it straight, it's Sunday to Tuesday or Sunday to Wednesday, 11 p.m.
No, I think she wanted Monday and Sunday to be closed at 11, correct?
Okay, I
2
thought
days,
we
she
had
only
agreed
did
to
2
11
days.
p.m. Sunday through Thursday, but okay, so that's being retracted. I'm sorry.
So Jennifer, this is up to you. So midnight to midnight's more than fair.
What do you need, Jennifer? What do you need?
I mean, for sure, Friday and Saturday, I definitely need 12 o'clock, but
Okay.
Monday through Thursday, I think 11 o'clock, I'm okay with that also.
This is my suggestion. How about Sunday to Wednesday, 11 p.m., Thursday through Saturday, 12 a.m. Okay.
We're fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, I think that
I'll take it.
that was quite a battle, but
Thank
we were
you.
fighting. We were fighting each other.
Yeah.
Or we were fighting ourselves. Let's put it that way. Okay, I got it. All right. I think we did it. Is there? I don't see anybody else with their hand raised. Jennifer, it was good to see you again. Thank you, Anthony. Is this your last application tonight, Anthony?
It is, sir. Thank you so much. And within 5 minutes, I'll email that material to you guys. Thank you so much. Have
Please
a great
do. I would
night.
appreciate that. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Jennifer, welcome to the neighborhood. We look
Thank you
forward to
so
having you.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna, if you, whenever you want to go over the space, I can walk you.
Great, thanks.
throughout the
I'll
whole
take
thing.
you up on that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Good night,
Good
everybody.
luck,
Thank you.
Jennifer.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Next up is going to be Mastica Brodo Inc. DBA to be announced at some point in the future, 453 6th Avenue. If you're here on that application, please raise your hand.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, I'm getting the video going. Here we go. All right, hello, everyone.
Mr. Doran, good to see you.
Good to see you as well, Mr. Ely. I see that Emmanuel is here and I see his camera is on. Great.
Yes, good
All
evening.
right. My name is Phil Dorn. I'm an attorney with Pizzetti and Bookman. With me, as I just mentioned, is Emmanuel. He is the owner and operator of Mastica Brodo LLC. Emmanuel is looking to open a multi-concept restaurant and market on 6th Avenue and West 11th. During the day, the store will operate as a cafe. It'll also be a marketplace where you can get your organic produce, your fresh pastas, and other daily needs. And then in the evening, the store will remain open as a casual but gourmet Italian restaurant that'll serve things such as artisanal pizzas, fresh pastas, and seafood and veggies. It'll be mainly meatless, like his other restaurant, which is right around the corner, Osteria 57. But there may be one or two locally sourced meat offerings each night. Emmanuel is a self-made independent restaurateur who has been a part of this community for several years now. Like I said, he has Osteria 57 just nearby on West 10th between 5th and 6th. That restaurant has become a neighborhood favorite in the community, and he's hoping that this new project will follow a similar path. For some details on the application, there will be background music only. It'll be open till just 10 p.m. Sunday to Monday, 11 p.m. Tuesday to Thursday, and midnight Friday, Saturday. Sorry about that. The last thing I'll say is that Emmanuel received support from several neighbors, which came in the form of petition signatures and a letter of support that we submitted earlier today. He hopes that he's earned the trust of this community through his operations at Osteria 57, and he hopes that he'll be given the same benefit of the doubt this evening with this current application. So if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, and the storefront, which was Sammy's Noodle House, has fixed facades. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's not going to be a change to the 6th Avenue
No,
street.
just the name.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just the name.
Okay, all right. So everything's going to remain fixed. There's not going to be operable doors except for the entrance. I think there are multiple doors. Which are we going to use one? And if so, which one are we going to be using?
There are 3 doors, and this premises is going to be the southernmost 2. The one on the corner will not be part of the licensed premises. Emmanuel has control of that space. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to be using for it. It might be gelato, something along those lines, something to go in conjunction with this restaurant and market. But the southernmost 2 doors will be what is used for this restaurant. And
so you indicate, so the third. There's a second store, or the third storefront, is that correct, where the gelato is going to be?
So the store covers the entirety of the northern part of 6th Avenue block. The corner store will be an independent location, which will be operating as a gelato, ice cream, and sweets during the day and the evening, but will not be part of the store for which we are applying for a liquor permit. So the actual entrance close to the corner will not be used with liquor, and actually also the central one will not be the main entrance of the premises, as it will be the 453.
Okay, so just so we're clear, I'm looking at the diagram now that was submitted. It says ground floor on one end, and on the other side it says 6th Avenue, and then there's 3 entrances that are identified in the.
Yes, the two entrances, the northern entrances will be used mainly during the day, while during the night, the entrance of the restaurant will be the southern door.
So Bob, I'm looking at what you're looking at, and my numbers were off. There are actually 3 entrances that will be within the licensed premises, and then if you see the writing at the bottom of the page that says next door storefront, that's what we're referring to for the gelato. So that's a 4th door that you don't see an actual drawing of a door, but it's on that bolded line. There are three doors within this licensed premises, and as Emmanuel just noted, it'll be the southernmost door that is the common entrance and exit.
Okay, but the gelato place is not going to be part of the licensed premise, and the gelato place really has nothing to do with this particular application.
That's correct.
It is not.
If you're looking at the floor plan, it's where that bolded line is at the bottom of the page.
Yeah.
It's not even there.
I appreciate that. Okay, and so, and you did explain which doors are being used. Okay, and the other question was, your seating is not going to go into the gelato place.
No, they're not connected internally.
Okay, because that would be in the stipulations. We would not agree to, more seating on the outside in front of the gelato place being served by the licensed premise. Does that make sense?
No, there may be seating outside for the gelato place, unsure, but it will not have alcohol. It's unrelated to the.
Right, I just, right, but, you know,
Yeah, we're happy to stipulate to that.
yes, exactly. Okay, I just want to make that clear. Okay. Okay, and then in terms of the outside, is there an agreement to close the outside, at least in terms of the sidewalk seating, at 10 and 11?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, and when I say 10, 11, 10 during the week and 11 on the weekends?
Yep.
Okay, and then you have a pretty good diagram showing the various seats, you know, and tables and the type of tables. And that provides a clear distance between that, at least, I mean, we just want to make sure that there's do you know what the distance is between the edge of the sidewalk cafe and
It's a relatively big sidewalk. I'm not sure the exact distance, but we will ensure there's 8-foot clearance.
Yeah, I'm looking more in terms of what is going to be the distance of the sidewalk cafe. That's what I'm most interested in. I agree with you. The sidewalk is rather large at that location.
Sidewalk is over 15, is about 15 feet. And our premises, we're planning to have them about 6 feet, extending 6 feet off of our building.
Okay, so 6 feet and then 16. Okay, that's very helpful. And then in terms of, I don't know whether planters are going to be allowed, but you have some sort of barrier or something like that?
We will definitely have a barrier. Our intention is to bring a lot of life to the block that has been closed and off for the past 3 years. And in general, it has never really worked during the day. So our intention is to develop a lot of business during the day with a cafe and transition into a restaurant at night. Definitely will be not touching the landmark premises, but collaborate with the landmark department and with the people that are responsible in the neighborhood for the landmark buildings, so that we can ensure that what we are doing is always pleasing our neighbors.
Okay, and no road bed, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Donna, go ahead.
Yeah, so with the sidewalk seating, I think there's a tree pit there that has a tree guard around it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you need to make sure that you keep that 8 feet
From the tree.
away from that. And then I don't know if there's a Siamese water connection on the building around that area too. I thought I saw something. And that's not supposed to be blocked. So I just want to point that out. So I don't know if you'll be able to get the 32 seats in there. I'm just raising that as a thing.
Yes, it might be less seats. The most important thing for us is the visibility that the outdoor cafe would give us, as we need to attract really people on that side of the street. It is definitely the side that is has a little less traffic right now because of many years of being closed. So we definitely want to bring out a bright space with plants so that people can be attracted to that.
And to be compliant, that's our biggest thing, is to be compliant.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
And Emmanuel, just so you know, our STIPs will say no more than 32 seats, okay?
Yes.
Okay, okay, all right. Brian, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So on the diagrams of the floor plan, you've got on the ground floor, 6th Avenue is on the left side or at the top of the drawing. What is the orientation of that lower level basement plan? Because it doesn't seem to jive up with the angles.
So the long side where you read, so like the same way that you read the page. So where you see basement, that would be the 6th Avenue.
Yeah, so it's flipped the other way.
Okay, so yeah, there's two, looks like 2 basement stairs on that cellar basement plan.
Yes, because the basement will extend under the corner store. but the access will only be from these premises, not from the gelato store we mentioned earlier.
Oh, okay. So the one near the right side, the pointed end, you've got a basement stair, but that basement stair is not found in your floor plan up above.
There will be no internal access. There legally cannot be internal access to an unlicensed premises.
There will not be.
So if that staircase goes up into the gelato place, then it will be blocked off. We can't have internal access into the gelato place.
Okay, I agree with that. So also, I may have missed this. I have one of the entrances that's now existing has a handicap ramp and a couple of steps out on the sidewalk. And I don't see that in your diagram on the ground floor. How are you going to handle that entry and access up those steps?
Well, we're gonna remove the tables in the diagram where there is the entrance. So that part will not have tables. That is the first entrance on the left. Actually, the first two tables will not really be there. There will be an active production of pasta. So in the continuation, as we saw that the ramp could not be moved, and also we'll have activity of pasta production in the window. So we prefer to basically not have the two northern tables on the diagram.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, but the two northern tables on the diagram, are the exterior tables or interior tables?
Exterior.
Okay, and northern side would be the side where the gelato location is?
That's correct.
Okay, so those two four tops are coming out?
Yes, those two four tops are coming up.
Okay, so we now are going from 36 to minus 8.
28.
Okay.
Wasn't it 32?
It was 32, so we're going 32 to
24.
4.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Yep, Katie.
go ahead, Katie.
Okay, I was muted, excuse me. I had a couple other questions, but now in looking at this diagram, in the basement, there's an emergency exit. Where does the emergency exit go to?
It goes into the courtyard of the building.
Okay, I know that courtyard. Okay, now is
The
there
building
a
place.
is there a bathroom in the basement for the workers?
We have a male and female bathroom in the basement.
Okay, they're not indicated on the plan, so thank you
yeah.
for thank you
They're
for that.
they're actually in the corner tip. They're not indicated in the diagram. You are correct. I did not specify those, but there are two bathrooms employed for male and female downstairs.
In that locker changing area.
Locker
maybe?
changing area, exactly.
Okay, thank you. And can you just tell us what the average check will be at night?
So
you have
at
a lot
night-
of food, but no prices.
Yes, the average check will be, the prices will range anywhere from $14 to $18, $20 for appetizer, and from $16, $18 all the way to $28, $30 for a gourmet pizza, depending, of course, on the toppings. The average check that we are expecting is to be around the $60 to $65 per person.
Thank you.
You good to go, Katie?
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay, so I don't see anybody else with their hand up. I'm going to open this up for anybody from the public. If there's anybody here from the public that would like to speak on this application, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone.
Oh, wait, Pete Davies, hang on. Pete, I'm just gonna allow you to talk. Pete, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Can you hear me?
You gotcha.
Okay, I'm just very curious how you got the name.
Well, the name is only intended for a corporation purposes, but mastica brodo means a broth chewer. So in a world that is really rushed and always in a hurry, we chew on broth to take our time with food. It's just
Very good.
a funny nickname, Italian nickname, but a bit at the heart of our operation.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I don't see anyone else. Phil, is this the last application that you have tonight?
Pete Davies has his hand up.
Yeah,
No,
no, that was just Pete.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he just, that's all right. That's okay.
This
Hey.
is my one and only tonight.
Phil and Emmanuel, nice to see you guys tonight. We will be in touch with you, and thank you again.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Have a great night.
Okay, I'm going to call the next item, and then I just need to take a 2-minute break, bathroom break. I'm going to call the next application, which is HC Operator, DBA to be announced, 2935 9th Avenue. This is I believe, a private members club application. So please raise your hand and we'll bring you up. And I just need a couple minutes here, just a quick break. Okay, everybody? Thank you.
Hey, Donald. You're on mute.
Okay,
How you doing?
just waiting for Bob to come back.
Sure. Hi, everybody.
hello,
Nice to see you again, Donna. How are you?
good to see you. I'm fine. How are you?
Doing great.
Good.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience there. Okay, so I see Mr. Bernstein and Mr. Carey. Hopefully I'm saying.
Carrie, yeah, strange spelling. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. So just the two of you, Mr. Bernstein?
Yes, just the two of us.
All right, so go ahead. Introduce yourselves and tell us what the application is about.
Thanks, Bob. Hi, everyone. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is Michael Carey on behalf of the applicant. As Bob said, this is an application for a private members club. You know the space well. This is on the corner of 9th Avenue and 13th Street. While it has the address of 2935 9th Avenue, the entrance will be on 13th Street. You'll recall that between 2003 and 2017, the ground floor space in this building, as well as the subgrade space that we are taking, was licensed to and operated by Spice Market for about 15 years. They left Davide and Forgione. Mark Forgione came in with his team, and they were approved to open up Davide. That license was approved and issued in 2019. Due to COVID, I don't think they ever opened, and their license expired last year. So Michael owns the building. He's owned it for a number of years. He's in the real estate business, owns other properties in New York, is also involved in hospitality. He's involved in a building that Cipriani operates, in the BNB building on the east side by the East River, which includes a private members club licensed to Casa and operated as Casa Cipriani. So this space, and we're just taking the cellar. There's no ground floor space other than the entry, stairs, and ADA elevator on 13th Street. The space is all subgrade in the cellar. It was built out by Davide, and it is going to remain the same layout. So just what Davide had licensed and had gotten approved is what Michael is taking over. And as the owner of the building, he had the opportunity and option of leasing it to some other food and beverage or restaurant operator. And he decided not to do that. And he decided to take it and operate it himself as a private members club, giving him more and greater control over the space and his little piece, hopefully, of the neighborhood. The lower level space has a total of 270 seats. There are 97 tables, 254 seats at those tables, 2 bars with 16 seats. If you look at the floor plan, the space kind of breaks out in a few respects. There's a main dining room. There's an area off the dining room that we refer to as the library. It's still an eating and drinking area, but it will be designed as a library. There's a music lounge and some private booths. The food and beverage operation will be done by Jean George. So it's going to be very high end. I think Michael's really looking forward to being able to partner with John George, and we'll be able to offer some really first-class food to the members. The hours are going to be just what Davide had approved by the SLA, and that is 10 a.m. to midnight Sunday through Wednesday, and until 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. We're asking for the 10 a.m. opening, but as of now, Michael does not plan on opening earlier than 6 p.m. So it's really just for dinner and after dinner. There's no expectation right now that it will be open during the day, but same hours that they had. The SLA, when they approved the application, imposed a limit on Davide of no more than 45 full buyouts a year. We would be happy to adhere to that. I don't think that this members club is going to have even that many. It's different for a restaurant to have that. For a members club where the guests are dues paying members, you want to make sure that the facilities are available to them. Don't want to tell them 45 times a year that they can't come in because there's a full buyout. So that is not likely to happen, and that's a benefit, I think, to us and to the community, because obviously private events, a lot of people come within a short period of time and leave in a short period of time. So that's going to be reduced from what at least was approved before. The music program will be principally background recorded music. If you look at the floor plan, you'll see the music lounge towards the lower end of the floor plan. That space is not too large. It's only about 700 square feet. There's a small bar there with 5 seats, and that's where we'd like to have a DJ. So it's contained. It's not throughout the entire space. We would just have a DJ there. I think we anticipate having it from about 10 p.m. until closing, just in that space. In the main dining room, like to have the option to have some live music, talking about maybe some light jazz, maybe piano, maybe someone singing. That's all that would be involved in that. Otherwise, it's all background recorded music. Michael has engaged Criterion Associates to do a sound analysis. Again, this is all subgrade space. There are no windows. There's nothing that's open onto the street. Nevertheless, because Michael wants to make sure it's not a problem, and obviously the people that live nearby want to make sure it's not a problem, as do you, Criterion will do a sound study. They couldn't do it yet. They're going to do it the week of November 14th. But they've indicated in the 2-page letter that we submitted to the community board office that they are going to do some soundproofing. They're going to make sure that it's not going to create a disturbance to anybody. This is a members club. It is not open to the public. It is only open to dues-paying members and their guests. There will be rules enforced against those members, which we think is a benefit to everyone. Places come in and they open and they say, I'm going to cater to this crowd. I'm only going to have people 35 and over. A restaurant, the lounge, a bar, it's difficult to control. A members club, it is a lot easier to control. There will be a set of rules and a code of conduct. We sent some initial rules to the community board office, and those will be enforced, including among them is a limit as to how many guests any member can bring. One of the, we spoke to Zach and Donna about this, heard some of their issues and concerns. One of the concerns related to traffic. We understand that. Michael is very familiar with this neighborhood, owning the building. There's only so much that can be done about that. But I think one of the things that we talked about, and Michael can do, that can, for whatever it's worth, is put into the rules and require members to acknowledge that they can't have cars waiting for them. They can't show up, decide to go into the club for 2 hours and have a black car double parked or single parked waiting for them, whether they're idling or not. We want to keep the streets as clear as we can. We don't want to contribute unnecessarily to the congestion. So I know Michael is amenable to adding that to his rules so that if a member does violate it from a traffic standpoint, disciplinary can be taken insofar as evicting someone or removing them as a member and revoking their membership. So we're certainly amenable to doing that. In addition to the food and beverage service provided by Jean-Georges and his team, there'll be programming in the members club that's still in development. I think that some of the ideas that have been floating around include possibly magic nights, comedy nights, when some people can get up there and perform for the people that are in the club. There could be panel discussions, there could be lectures. So I think that that's going to be a part of what this members club is about, not just eating, not just drinking, but offering that to members. And I think that is all I've got. Michael, if you want to say anything and just.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for taking the time to hear this. And I wanted to just add, last time we spoke, we were talking about the sound and how there was concern about the sound traveling outside of the space. And I mentioned that we have tenants in the building, and then somebody asked the question, but doesn't Rolex close at 6 or 7 p.m.? The answer is yes, but on the second, third, fourth, and fifth floor of the building, we have hotel residents and guests there. And the sensitivity of music traveling through the building, especially through the columns, was a huge concern. And that's why we brought the acoustician to make sure that no sound at all will travel outside the lower level, because we have a decibel level that we have to adhere to with Soho House on the upper floors. And certainly this is not going to be a nightclub where music, huge bass vibrating on the streets. It's going to be background music in the restaurant and possibly a little bit louder music inside the lounge, but still at a lounge level, not at a nightclub level by any means. And there is no dance floor, as we mentioned. It's not intended to be dancing. It's more intended to just listen to some good music and have a drink after dinner. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I'm open to listening to any questions or comments that anybody has.
Okay, that's great. So in terms of the criterion, that's going to be some sort of sound study that's going to be done?
Yeah, it's more than a sound study. I think it's going to be, he put together a full analysis of what he's proposing. We gave him the mandate that we cannot have any sound at all, leaking out of the building out of any area whatsoever, especially not vibrating up the columns into the hotel rooms and onto the streets. But again, it's really going to be at a very low level, and we're happy to send you guys all the reports as we get the information.
Yeah, so it will be a study, but also recommendations, and
Exactly.
And then the plan is that you will act upon those recommendations.
Absolutely, to the fullest extent.
Yeah,
And he
so
has some already, Bob, in the letter that we provided. He has some initial recommendations on limiters, a full room-in-room construction for the lounge. It's going to have a DJ.
Okay, so that will be provided at least at some point in the future.
We can do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Now, in terms of, I see the diagram and I see the bar with 5 seats, and that's the only bar with 5 seats, I think, in the diagram. Yeah, and that, you said that's where the DJ is going to be, or some form of DJ?
Yeah, that's the lounge room. So that from like 10:30 till closing will be a place where the music will get a bit louder than it is inside the restaurant, and people can go there and hang out and have drinks and listen to some music. When we say DJ, the connotation is you have a lesso, at the EDM concert. It's going to be a gentleman with an iPad, or and just kind of mixing music, but not necessarily playing at any sort of high level whatsoever. And again, no dancing, keeping that very limited.
So basically, in terms of the music levels, that particular room would be entertainment level music. Is that what we're saying?
Entertainment. It's really one step above background. I don't know what the official category is for that, but it's gonna. Yeah. If there's background music in the restaurant, it'll kick up a little bit of a notch. But it's certainly going to be at a place where you can speak and have conversations. It's not meant to be a disco room where you can't you speak and there's dancing going on.
Okay, and in terms of music levels, that would be the only location in the entire premises to be licensed. That would be the only location where the music level will be higher or a touch higher than background music, like in the dining.
Correct.
Yeah, so the guy from Criterion said that the normal sound in restaurants is about 85 dBA. That's the level he would set at for the entire restaurant, other than the music lounge. Music lounge, he was suggesting 105 to 110.
Okay, and then light jazz in the dining room,
Yeah.
and okay. So in terms of you mentioned dancing a couple. There won't be any dancing in the members club.
It's not the intention of the club. It's really a dining restaurant, and in the lounge, again, people will go there if they're in the sit, have a drink. Music will get a bit louder, a little bit more vibey, but the intention is not to have people dancing there. That's not the DNA of what we're proposing.
Okay, so Donald, in terms of stipulation, there can be a stipulation that says no dancing.
Michael?
I'm okay with no dancing. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. And then in terms of traffic, I heard the rule can't have cars waiting for them. Was there any traffic studies done, at least in terms of potential impacts of the numbers of people that will be coming to the club in this area, which we all know is has all sorts of issues with regards to traffic already?
We haven't done a traffic study. If you'd like us to, we can do one. You know, we all know that there are, you know, venues in this location, and there are cars coming through up 9th Avenue, down 13th Street, across 14th Street. You know, I don't know that a traffic study can give you much more information than we can all probably figure out ourselves. We can have that if it's important. We can get that to you before the full board meeting.
Yeah, I would just, the reason why I say that is, I mean, if we're going to the, you know, we're doing the criterion, you know, and they're going to be given suggestions on soundproofing. I mean, you know, traffic study with suggestions on how we can try to prevent further. I mean, you know, when I'm looking at this particular application, you know, traffic comes right out in front as the main is one of my main concerns.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably a concern of other people as well. So, you know, we'll go further on that. We'll come back to that later, but I do think that that's something that is probably needs to be in the cards here. And then,
yeah, just to address that, Bob, if I can,
Yeah.
I think we share the concern, and you know, with sound studies, I feel like acoustic engineers have a lot more ability to really make concrete recommendations that can have a real effect. I find traffic studies have limited ability. They more tell you what the situation is rather than have some real concrete solutions. But we're certainly up to taking any of them into account, whether it comes from a traffic expert or from the board. If you have any suggestions as to how we can help alleviate that, we certainly would take those into account.
Yeah, well, certainly not allowing people to have cars waiting for them would be a good one. Okay, so in terms of, so my last inquiry really on this application is the private members club, because this, to me, I think it's pretty clear this is a for-profit type of business. And so, you know, we keep coming into the same conflict as to the definition of a private members club. And, you know, I've read it, I think, to you, Donald, a few times what the definition is. I'm not going to read it again tonight, but explain to me how it is. I mean, this is a number of applications that you've represented with private members clubs when it just seems like it shouldn't fit, you know.
Well, yeah.
Have you had conversations with the state liquor authority specifically on private member club? I mean,
I have.
So what's the avenue that you plan to take on this application as well as the others?
So the state is clear that in order in New York to have a private members club liquor license, you have to be a not-for-profit company, not operating for pecuniary gain, but operating for a political, athletic, social, fraternal. They list what the purposes are. And there are people like Michael who have an ability to operate that. He can take a salary. This is not something he's donating his time for free. He's not doing this for nothing. He can earn compensation for his services and his work in doing this, and provide a service. Not everybody can do that, but he's in a position, and I'm not going to speak for any others at this meeting, but he's in a position where he can do that. It can generate income, and John George, who he's partnering with for food and beverage, can take a portion of that income consistent with SLA rules and guidelines, so that it's worthwhile for him to do that he evaluated that, and the numbers come out that way. You know, you can't, if there's a huge profit in the company, you're right, you can't distribute it to an individual the way a regular company can. but that's the way they have to operate. I can tell you, just to answer generally, because I know this is a concern of yours, that I have other clients that are willing to do that, that are going to roll out private members clubs in other states. And you know, the adage is, or the feeling is, New York's got to, if you're going to do it nationally, you got to be in New York. So they're willing to forego profits in a New York.
Donald, can I add to that for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things that are important to me as a landlord in the area, as you know, we own that building as well as a partner in Catch, and my family has the Restoration Hardware building as well as the whole Gansevoort Street. You know, we are looking to try to create an atmosphere there that is cohesive and consistent. And if we were to not take over this lower level space and let somebody else operate it, they would be looking to churn and burn and create, you know, lunch and dinner and try to get as many seatings as possible. And, you know, it doesn't matter who walks into the space. And, you know, somebody had a concern about people coming on the street and throwing up in front of the restaurants and this and that. And, you know, for us, it's not, I know it may be, you know, cheesy or corny for me to say, it's not about the money for us in this particular location. It's a basement space of a building that's already occupied with Soho House, Rolex, and some really good tenancy. So we're not looking to crank out and make the last dollar here. We're looking to create an environment that is going to be good for the neighborhood and consistent and be able to, I hate to use the word control because that makes me sound like a control freak, but control what is actually coming into the building, who is actually coming into that area and who will be coming out, and to ensure that the rules and regulations are followed consistently. And as you know, on our last call, we're very focused on rules and regulations, and we will not tolerate people that do not adhere to them. So at least we'll know that the people that are joining the club will not disrupt the neighborhood. And if they do, they will not be invited back into the club.
Okay. And just to follow up, Mr. Bernstein, you have it, listen, just in terms of the private members club and the definition of the State Liquor Authority, you know, the definitions there. Has there, and I may have asked this before to you, has there been any declaratory rulings on that issue?
No, there have not been rulings, but there have been approved applications. I mean, there are, I could probably rattle off, you had Cipriani, Classic Car, Norwood, Maxwell Social, Nexus Club, Zero
Bond, San Vicente Bungalows.
WS, well, San Vicente has not been to the SLA yet. WS Club down in Hudson Yards, the Wing, the Chief, you know, they are all, they've all been approved by the SLA. So,
right, but they were not contested applications.
Some of them were contested applications. Some of them were. You know, the view, well, I'm not going to speak for that.
Yeah.
The statute says what it says. And if you meet the definition and you form a private members club and you adhere to the requirements of a private members club, which is adhering to the rules of a not-for-profit company and limiting your membership to dues paying members and their guests, you meet the definition. And you may not get a license for other reasons, but you know, you're entitled to a private members club license. If the operator doesn't adhere to the rules of a not-for-profit, they're going to lose their not-for-profit status, and then they're going to lose their liquor license because they're no longer a not-for-profit.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to other committee members. There's a bunch of hands up. I'll start with you, Katie. I think you had the first one to have their hand up. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to ask about two things. First is, you said you were only going to open for dinner, but on the weekends, wouldn't you be opening for brunch?
We were
Isn't that
thinking about
something-
a potential, it's possible, but in the beginning, for sure, we're not going to be opening up during the day. It's meant to be a supper club. If it becomes, you know, popular and people want to come for a Sunday brunch or Saturday brunch, possibly we would want to open up, but that's not the intention right now.
Okay. And you said that there would be no dancing. However, if you had a private party, you know, if someone comes for a wedding,
Yeah,
are you
good point.
saying no dancing for the private events as well as the supper club?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that. I appreciate you bringing that back up. So you know, the definition of dancing, right, is standing by your dining table and moving. Is that considered dance? I mean, because in nightclubs, when you see dancing, I think about it in a different way. Like when you go to these, you know, big, you know, if you go to Mirage or Circo Loco in the Navy Yard, those are people reveling and dancing and partying. So I don't really know what to be honest, I'm not trying to be cute. I just don't know what the real definition of dancing is. And so with respect to reveling and dancing like Circo Loco and these type of crazy, you know, these rave parties, things like that, absolutely, that's not the intention. But that's a good point, Katie. If we do a private event and people want to dance inside the space by their table or by the lounge, yes, we would like obviously for that to be possible.
Okay,
But
so
again,
you have
there's
to-
no specific dance floor in the space, you know, that's built. But there could be for private events. So I appreciate you bringing that back up.
Thank you.
Is
We'll
that it?
have to circle back.
Is that you, Katie? Is that it for you?
That's all for now.
Okay, Dr. Smith, I see you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes, I have two quick questions. You mentioned that you met with Zach and Donna. Can you share what their concerns were? Or were their concerns?
Well, I think I'd rather let them speak to that.
Okay, then my
Zach is here, and I'm sure he'll address his concerns.
My second question is to Michael. What is the criteria for membership?
Yeah, so we haven't really outlined exactly what the criteria is, but primarily, you know, we like to take people inside of the local area and community area, similar to what Soho House has done. They've opened up. They opened up 4 clubs now in New York. 4 clubs in New York, and they basically, the reason why they do that is because the area gets congested, and they have to open up in different areas, and they're only taking certain people in those areas. So one of the criteria is for local community. The second criteria is going to be people that are bringing something to the table. What I mean by that is not money. That is not a criteria to join the club. You have to bring something of a talent to the club: art, music, fashion. You have to be somebody that actually brings something to the table other than money, because money to me is cheap and it really doesn't earn you a spot in this room. We want to try to bring like-minded, talented people that in different industries that can sit together, communicate, create, on the technology side, on the art side, music, fashion. So for me, it's about putting, the most amazing, talented people in one space. I run a lot of clubs that are, based on people and net worth and money, things like that. And that is absolutely not the intention of this particular club.
Do you recruit, or people just are open to, how does it work? I mean, do you seek out certain people, or anybody can just apply and then?
Yeah, anybody can apply.
Whether you're going to take them or not.
Yeah, anybody can apply. In the beginning, there'll be a board, and that board will reach out and create a founding membership, similar to what Soho House does, where they invite the first 100 members, and then the first 100 members will then invite a few of their friends. And then once you establish the community, which is approximately 500 to 750 people, then it becomes open to the public. And if they fit the criteria and the board approves them, they're admitted into the club.
And how do you choose the board?
The board is chosen based on, different industries. So we usually have to take different people across different industries and put, all these people in one room, and then they all sit together and they review the applicants.
I probably have other questions as we talk, but thank
Sure.
you for that.
Pleasure.
Go ahead, Brian.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the detailed drawings, or look like accurate architectural plans, but I'm having a little trouble deciphering some of it. And I may have misheard when you described the 13th Street entrance as being the primary restaurant entrance. And because I thought I heard you say that entrance on 13th Street would have the handicap or ADA elevator.
Correct. Yeah, the entrance on 13th Street will have an elevator inside of the foyer there. When you walk up the stairs to the entrance on 13th Street, you'll see a large staircase and an elevator inside the vestibule on the plans.
Yeah, that's, I'm clicking on my agenda, and the plan that comes up does not indicate that at all. I mean, it's really quite different than that. So
You're talking about the 13th floor, the 13th Street?
13th Street, yes.
Yeah, so we sent in, I believe we got just late this afternoon a revised plan, and it just adds the elevator to where that entrance is.
Donald, I just emailed it to you. Donald. If you want to pull it up on a shared screen, you can see the elevator there inside the space.
Well, all right. Well, that would be fine. Obviously, you're not building a new elevator. You're not building new stairs in there, correct?
We're building a new elevator inside the space there. The stairs are existing.
You are building a new elevator. Okay, well, but there's 6 steps to get from the sidewalk up to the level of the floor of the doors.
There's an outside elevator that we just rebuilt this year. We got permission from DOT, and we built a brand new space on the outside there and put a brand new lift to that platform that brings them to the entrance.
Oh. All right. So what is the purpose of the entrance on 9th Avenue?
There will not be an entrance on 9th Avenue. The entrance will only be on 13th Street.
So on the, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble here. So on the lower level, you have called out entrance from ground floor, pointing to the 2 elevators that would be accessed from 9th Avenue, pardon me. And then there's a hallway at that entrance going down.
Let me try to clarify. I'm sorry, Brian. You're correct of what you're looking at, but last week, after reviewing the entrances and speaking with Soho House, we've decided not to enter through 9th Avenue and not to make that our main entrance, because we didn't want to have our people going through their space and vice versa. So we decided to spend the money and put an elevator into the vestibule on 13th Street, which will eliminate the entrance on 9th Avenue, and it'll be contained only to 13th Street. So I apologize. You are correct of what you're looking at, and we should send you over, Donald, if you can, send over the new plan showing the entrance on 13th with the elevator and eliminating the 9th Avenue entrance.
I appreciate that. That's all I got.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
Okay, and just so we're clear, what Brian and what you folks are talking about is page, I have it as page 10 of the packet. Is that right, Brian?
My pages aren't numbered on what I get from opening up the agenda item.
Send you the revised first floor plan.
Okay.
But eliminates the 9th Avenue entrance and shows the vestibule and elevator. But, you know, again, there's no patron use other than an entryway.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Ms. Kent, go ahead.
In order for this to be a private members club within the meaning of the statute, you know, there, as Donald, as you said, there are certain categories of clubs. What are you defining as the, you know, identity of this club that makes it within the statute?
A social club.
It's just a social club. It doesn't have any humanitarian or other qualities to it. It's just simply a social club.
A social club similar to a place like Soho House that has.
Right. I guess my concern is that, if we have questions about those, I mean, standing on its own so you're saying that because those were approved, that this is therefore just approved?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. I'm just giving that as an example. You know, that's a social club that also offers some programming. And I mentioned some categories of some of the programming. I don't think Michael and his team has fine-tuned yet exactly what that would be, but there would be some cultural and educational programming as part of the social club.
So the fact, I'm just wondering then, shouldn't you have sort of your programming or your sort of the definition of what is going to be the nature of this social club developed before? Otherwise, it's like, it's kind of have a meaningless quality to it if it's not more defined. I mean, shouldn't that come first? And then you say, it is this club by its nature. Or you're saying it's work it out as you go along.
I think there are, I've never been into the Harvard Club. They wouldn't let me in, but I've been into some of the other university clubs, and they are, you know, that they offer meeting rooms, they offer eating and drinking facilities. That's what a lot of these members clubs offers. You go out on Long Island, your members clubs offer golf and tennis. You know, there are social activities that are part of that. But I bring up the others because, you know, there are plenty of licensed social clubs in the city that are principally food and beverage establishments where people can meet. They can work during the day, they can network, they can socialize, and that's a social aspect of it, and that's what makes it the social club.
So what happens then to the profits? I mean, yes, of course, people who are employed, it's no question that people who are employed by the club get paid, people who provide services to the club get paid. What happens to then the profits of the entity? Does it just get plowed back in?
They get plowed, exactly. They get
then what? And then what is really, I think, what Susan's getting at. At some point, there's going to be money.
Guys, you assume everybody's assuming there's going to be a profit. I ran a pro forma, and it's pretty much a break-even operation, but it's going to be an incredible, addition to the area. It's a small space. You're going to need a full staff to run it. Membership and programming is going to probably eat up most of the profit that goes into the space. We're not open for breakfast. We're not open for lunch. It's one seating, 250 seats, average checkout. If you do the math, you'll see that this is not a big for-profit restaurant and membership club. So I wouldn't worry too much about where the profits go, because I hope we have that problem to be able to reinvest into the space, but on this type of a membership space, very, very difficult to make profit.
So you're treating it like a cultural amenity.
Yeah, you guys don't know my background, but I spend over 50% of my day building special needs schools all around New York. I have 2 special needs children. I build schools for handicapped children, so I'm very sensitive to the handicap issue on the front of the building. I also have built schools for autism. I build schools for cerebral palsy, all different type of very, very difficult children, the underdogs. And that's what I spend half my day doing, a lot of non-for-profit work. I buy the buildings for them. I design the buildings for them. I build the buildings for them with my own construction company. Obviously, I don't take $1 profit, and I raise the majority of the capital to build these projects. And I do at least one a year for my communities and for all over New York. And I do big fundraisers. So, you know, as much as, we are a big real estate family, and we've been blessed, thank God. And I'm not, saying we haven't, personally, my goal is to try to do great things in New York City and leave behind, when I'm no longer here, things that will contribute and add and help, especially to people who are not as fortunate, and definitely special needs. So I know it sounds, again, it doesn't sound real to see somebody sitting in front of you saying they're building something not to make a profit. But if you do the numbers on this particular space and how small it is and how often we're going to be open, there's going to be very little profit, and everything will be probably reinvested back into the club to bring more and better things. And I can guarantee you that a lot of the 45, events that we're talking about doing are going to be for charity. Please check my track record, see what I've done. And when I speak, it's always truthful with respect to, what I say, and you can look at what we've done for landmarks and for all the city leases and state leases that we've done. We've won awards mostly on all of our buildings with landmarks, and everything we've done with EDC, we've gone above our commitments. That's the type of people we are, and we want to just do something really nice and to control and make sure we don't get a tenant that doesn't do the right thing in the space. That's our goal.
Okay, thank you.
And just to follow up, Michael, are you actually going to be the person on the liquor license? Are you going to be the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Dr. Smith, you have your hand up?
Yes. You might have said it and maybe I didn't hear it. Will people, there's not going to be opportunities for those members to spend the night there. You don't have, that's not going to be part of it, right?
No hotel, just
Okay.
just the restaurant
Okay.
and the lounge.
And the second question is, will there be a limit on the number of friends and family members that the membership can bring in?
Yeah, initially it's going to be 3 people plus the member. And if it starts to become too busy, because the idea is not for it to be a zoo and again, try to churn out as much profit because we can't use it anyway. So the idea is to have a very controlled environment, very civilized spaces. So if it becomes too crowded inside the restaurant, we will limit that down to 2 and again, down to 1 if it becomes too busy in the space.
Thanks.
And Miss Rafferty?
Hi, Michael, thanks.
Hi, how
So
are
one
you?
of the things, I mean, I think, because Dr. Smith asked the question, one of the big concerns that we expressed was the traffic. And so my question is going to feed into that. When we talked, you didn't mention comedy nights or panel discussions or anything like that. So my one question would be, when are they happening? How often are they happening? And looking at the layout of the space, where are they happening?
Yeah, so that's really some of the things Donald asked me to put together a list of potential programming. So that obviously is not a concrete thing, but I think we do in Casa Cipriani, we do a once a month comedy the beginning of every month on Monday. We do comedy night, and sometimes during the day we do some panels, which we're not going to be doing here, obviously. And I'm sorry, what was the balance of your question?
I guess that was like, where is that? Because I don't see the space for here. There's
Yeah.
not like an auditorium space or even a wide
No.
open seating area, and it doesn't, with the banquettes, I don't know. It doesn't look like a lot. Is that movable in this space? Maybe I'm wrong with
It's
that.
not, no, you're 100% right. Everything's pretty much a fixed seating. And I think if anything, we were looking at having somebody stand up in front. You see the fireplace in the back in the library room there?
Yeah.
That potentially could be, that seating is going to be movable. So potentially if we wanted to have, somebody, doing jazz or singing or something like that, a little live entertainment, that's the spot allocated for it because there really is no other space for entertainment there.
And then I guess you would be letting people know that you're having that activity on that night. So that would lead into my additional concern was that would be bringing a group of people at a set time for a particular activity, which will again lead to more traffic versus people randomly coming and going throughout the evening.
Yes, probably. I mean,
be a
yes,
concern,
you're correct.
Okay, all right. I think that's what I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, Carter, go ahead. You're muted, Carter. You got to unmute.
Do you have a couple of questions? Statement of purpose for the club?
Statement of purpose. I'm sorry, can you define what that means exactly?
Just, statement of whatever the purpose of the club is, the organization of it.
I can get you over some of the marketing material that we're starting to put together. And it kind of gives the direction of what we're thinking about doing and what type of people we're looking to attract. Happy to share that with you guys.
And is there any reciprocity?
With other clubs?
Right.
At this time, no. There may be in the future, but right now, no, it's pretty much only to this space.
And where does the initial capital money come from to start the club?
I'm putting the money into the club.
So it's solely from you?
100% from me, yes.
And then obviously Soho House is a for-profit multinational organization, and these are issues. It's sort of unclear to us, the nonprofit aspect of that. But I just also want to point out that the definition of the private members club, it says operated solely for recreational, social, patriotic, political, benevolent, or athletic purpose. Work is not included in there.
Yeah, we have zero intention to do workspace in there. We're not going to let people sit by desks with computers. It's not open during the day. It's an evening place from 6 p.m. till closing. So we have zero intention to do work. And so that should mitigate any issue you have with respect to working. Also, I don't know the exact codes that you're reading right now. They could be different, because I know that we work as a membership club, and so is Soho House. And Soho House is a non-for-profit, I believe, and they do workspace. So I don't know if they're not adhering to the code, or you're reading a different section of where what they're working off of.
Yeah, well, I don't think that they do. And I know that the chairman of the Liquor Authority, when it came up, when there's an application that your attorney had represented before them, also agreed with us that did not adhere to the law, and they denied the application at that time for those applications. And as far as Soho House, I mean, again, it's a mystery to me how they can be a nonprofit and yet be a public company. And so the interaction of the profit making is a mystery in that respect. And frankly, I'm not sure it's ever been before the members of the authority for any clarification with respect to that. And I was just curious, you'd provided us today with your guest policies, and it says that the members are allowed to bring up to 3 guests at any one time. And if a member doesn't arrive with their complete party, the full name of each person in the party is given to the front desk team. And it says this can be done on site prior to arrival by emailing the future concierge email. What happens then if their member's not there?
Well,
the member's not. Yeah, they're not able. Yeah, they're not able to walk in without a member.
So they just wait, or they're notified, or how does that?
They have to wait in the lobby.
So okay, is there a waiting area for them, or how does that?
There's a bit of seating in the front when you first walk in there. There's some banquettes and a few chairs.
Okay, and then if the club is dissolved and there are any monies left over or considerations in the lease or anything like that, who benefits from that?
I don't think we can answer that question. I don't think anyone's thinking about what happens when the club dissolves, but I do want to answer about the statement of purpose. I think that I'm not sure if a not-for-profit entity has been formed yet. It's not something my office is doing, but part of the formation documents of a not-for-profit includes a statement of purpose. So if it's been formed, that was filed. If it hasn't been formed yet, it will be filed when it's formed. It's part of the requirements for a not-for-profit.
Because I'm just sort of trying to understand how it fits in, and whether, obviously you'd said it was social, but you had also included work networking and that aspect, and that's not a part of the definition of a not-for-profit club.
I'm not sure I completely agree with you. Workspace alone does not fall within the definition. So a WeWork is not.
There are no licensed WeWorks. I mean, there's no private license.
That's why I'm saying.
Right.
A place like that, we know can't get a license.
Right. And in fact, there's no license class within which they fit, right? I mean, that's the problem.
That's the
and they're
problem.
all operating illegally, and it hasn't been addressed. And in fact, I think
they
previously was a source of frustration, significant frustration for everybody, including us, because we had a good number, a fairly large number within our area.
Yeah, and they had beer taps that they were offering to their tenants for years without any
it was
license.
crazy.
And full bars in their offices.
Actually,
we did a walkthrough and there's full bars.
It was crazy. It was nuts.
I could tell you that they consulted me. I told them your beer taps are illegal, and they ended up going to somebody else who ended up telling them the same thing. But no, you you can't license that space. Does not.
And
You're right.
again, I know I ask these questions regularly, and Mr. Bernstein, you know that, and but the point is that it's never been educated in front of the members for a lot of these questions, and the proliferation of the membership clubs are always identified with owners. It's a mystery, you know, nobody's disputing that people are paid for what they do to make a living, but the overall operation of these doesn't seem to be in keeping, particularly as they become multi-state, multinational organizations, because it's unclear how they all fit together, because and it's a problem, I think, with the licensing class. I just don't, I think that's more of the issue, but that's what we have, and that's
They
what
may change the law.
we're looking at. Yeah,
They
and
may
that's
change
what we're
the
looking at.
law these days.
And then just lastly, I'm not sure that everybody would agree that this is an incredible addition to the area, because it does in fact exclude the public, and it's for a very limited number of people in a ground floor storefront space that was previously open to the public and able to be enjoyed by anybody visiting this area. And I know that Mr. Carey, that I haven't had the opportunity to meet you before tonight, but I certainly know from the other properties in the area and have worked with other of your associates, that this is something that you're looking to develop the area. And right now what it's becoming is really open to the public. And that's the goal. We just heard one of our other committees tonight, an application to transform 10th Avenue. And the whole goal is to invite the public to enjoy the entire area. And this doesn't seem to match that aspect of it with all the, wonderful amenities that are here. And so I just bring that up because I'm sure you feel that way, but I'm not sure that feeling is universal, because it's so exclusionary to such a small number of people. So thanks.
Carter, thank you for your input.
Okay, so I really want to move this on because it's getting late. We have multiple applications, and we haven't even gotten to the public that would like to speak, I'm sure, on this application. So if there's anyone from the public that would like to speak, please raise your hand.
So you have Amita I already brought up. So Amita Rodman is there. You can.
Go ahead, Amita.
Hi. First of all, I do want to point out that Mr. Carey has been very receptive to discussion when we had our community discussion. Two things tonight that come to mind a little bit by surprise, and I'm sure Zach Weinstein will fill in more. Mr. Bernstein mentioned buyouts that were attached to the prior use of the space. And I might be wrong, but I think when we discussed this with Michael, there were to be no buyouts. In fact, we kind of honed in on members wanting to use it for weddings, et cetera, et cetera. My concern about buyouts is that you end up with 200, 250 people all at once moving in, moving out. But certainly the moving out part is a problem. I applaud the fact that you're going to try to contain the waiting cars by having member rules. And I also think moving the entrance to 13th Street, which will be a dog to navigate for the cars, will help on our concerns on traffic. But traffic is still going to be an issue, a good portion of which I fully understand is outside the purview of this immediate space, but it's not outside the purview of the fact that on any particular popular weekend night, we could have Genesis City Winery, we could have earlier in the evening, a little island emptying out. It then becomes a cacophony for the residents that starts at 9 p.m. and goes until 2. So I think some creative thinking in terms of how one manages the outflow, which is perhaps what my greater concern is because it's later, the outflow of too many people still needs to be tossed around. I think, Michael, you've been very creative. I think we need more creativity to it. But let me go back to the first point. Would you please clarify this buyout piece? Because I understood there were going to be none.
Well, let me just say, and I'll let Michael speak. What we said in our call is.
So she has one major question the buyouts. So
That's what I'm addressing.
yeah, I'd like to see if other people could speak, and then to hold off on the answer.
Yeah, fine.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you,
Ruff.
Amita.
Okay, so Zach, I think I saw your hand up. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, well, first of all, I wanted to thank Michael for meeting with a number of community people a week or two ago. It was a good turnout, and it was a good discussion, and I think he was quite forthcoming. I see three central issues here. The first, again, is traffic. Donald said this was the same layout as Davide, which was the previous application for this site. It really isn't. Davide was 198 seats. This is 270 seats. That's a big difference. That's a lot more people coming in. It's a lot more traffic coming in. Now, this is a space that's never, this space has never actually operated with a license before. Half of the space was used by Spice Market. The other half, the entire, the full space was licensed by Davide, but they never actually opened. So again, there are potential traffic impacts which are of concern, and certainly telling members that they can't have cars waiting is helpful. But just in terms of the numbers of Ubers and Lyfts coming in, and with street closures on 13th Street, I'm concerned that more work needs to be done here. Second issue is music. Michael said here, and he told us that his vision is basically to have live jazz in the restaurant in the bulk of the space, and a DJ in the music lounge, and that the DJ would. We're not talking dance club DJ. We're talking, one level above quiet background music. To that end, I guess I have two questions. We asked this at the meeting. Would he agree to a stipulation for live music in the restaurant being unamplified, acoustic music only? Second of all, would he agree to a stipulation that there not be any subwoofers in the space? And that led to a discussion about what's a subwoofer. And I think for the purpose of our discussion, we could say a subwoofer is any speaker that has output below 40 hertz. That's the level where you're starting, it's dance music, you're feeling the vibrations. There's not a lot of, what we consider sort of, real live, physical instruments don't really go down below 40 hertz. What I'm concerned by a little bit is the Criterion sound report, which Donald sent to us, and appreciate that. And the sound report's not that helpful. He says that the volume in the lounge, which is, I assume, the space where the DJ is, this isn't going to be lounge level. He says that it should be limited to 105 dBA and 110 dBc. That's very loud. That is dance club loud. It's nearly concert level loud. It's louder than a subway platform at rush hour. That's a completely inadequate level to restrict, things to. And again, I think one way of, if we're saying that there are no speakers with deep bass, I think that would probably help address these concerns. I'd also like to emphasize, I think the concern isn't just sound leaking out. This is a basement space. I don't doubt that Michael can do a good job, soundproofing it, and that he'll take that seriously. I think the concern here is also maybe primarily to have some stipulations on this lease to make sure that at some future point, it doesn't morph into a nightclub, a dance club, that kind of operation, which would be a problem for the neighborhood. And I absolutely take Michael at his word as being sincere that that's not his plan now, but things change 5-10 years from now. There are different business plans, different models, different economic pressures. I think it's essential to have stipulations on here that really do restrict the kinds of music that are allowed. And I point out that there were very complicated restrictions on the music that Davide was allowed in their license. I prefer to keep it simpler than that, but if we have to go in that direction, please look at those restrictions and those stipulations and think about which of those would apply here. Lastly, hours are basically, I think, very reasonable for this location. Certainly the 2 a.m. closing on weekends, midnight on weekdays. The one thing I would ask for is Thursday. Davide had midnight Monday to Thursday and 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday. I think that that's appropriate, and I would ask that the Thursday hours be reduced from 2 a.m. to midnight. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wentz.
Okay, so there's nobody else, right, Donna? I don't see that. Okay, great. So why don't you guys go ahead with Amita's question and some of the comments and requests by Zach?
Yeah, let me address some issues and then Michael can fill in the blanks.
Sure.
First of all, with respect to hours, Davida was approved for Thursday at 2 a.m. I have the SLA printout and it specifically says Sunday to Wednesday, midnight, Thursday to Saturday, 2 a.m. So we were just copying that. I'll let Michael answer when I'm finished with respect to the subwoofers and the acoustic only. I don't think would be unreasonable if we were at ground level and we had windows, but we're subgrade. And I think that because we're subgrade, I think there could be a little more leeway in having, some small subwoofers controlled by the sound engineer, but I'll let Michael address that. With respect to the buyouts, what I recall specifically saying on our call was that the SLA had restricted Davide to 45 full buyouts. I think what I said, which is what I said here, is that we're more than happy to agree to that, and that I don't think we would ever reach that number. And the reason why we would never reach that number is because, and we're talking about full buyouts, is anytime there's a full buyout, a dues paying member that comes to the club is going to be told you can't come in today, and that will make them unhappy. In fact, as far as I know, Soho House never permits a full buyout ever for that reason. So Michael can speak to that, but I would think, having these events would be far and few between, which I indicated what I think would be a benefit not only to us, but to the community. With respect to the occupancy, I'm not sure, Zach, where you're getting your numbers, because I have the floor plan from the Davide SLA application that was approved, and it's the same as ours. It's the same space, it's the same layout, it's identical. So I don't know why you think it's different. Maybe I'm missing something, but that's what I see. And with respect to Spice Market, I believe they had the ground floor. They were not just in the lower level. I think they had ground floor space. I think you guys will correct me if I'm wrong, because you live there, I don't, but I thought they also had outdoor seating, which we're not going to have. We're not going to have any sidewalk seating in the club. And Michael, add whatever you'd like.
Yeah, Donald, I appreciate everybody's concern, and I want to make everybody happy. And I, my intentions are not to, again, have a nightclub that blows subwoofers onto the street and vibrates the building for my Soho House tenant upstairs. So I do think it's reasonable to try to come up with some language, Donald, that says that, if the sound is heard from the street, we will regulate it down. I didn't realize 105 decibels is concert level. That's the first I'm hearing of that. We'll obviously look into that, but that's not the intention. And we don't want the music vibrating through the building. That would obviously disrupt the tenant upstairs who's Soho House. And we certainly don't want the sidewalks and people on the outside hearing music that's coming from the space that's in the lower level. So I would like to take another look at the decibel level there and try to revise that to make everybody happy and to assure them that the goal is not to make a rocking nightclub disco where it's going to really have sound leaking outside of the building and through the space. That's one of the things regarding the buyouts. You're exactly right, Donald. There have been exceptions that Soho House has done. A few buyouts, probably 1 to 2 a year. So, as a general rule, membership clubs don't allow buyouts because it pisses the members off, and they feel that you're taking their space once they're, like you said, paying a membership fee. So, I think 45 I'm willing to cut that down to 30. Even though I don't think we're even gonna get anywhere close to that, but I don't know what can be in the future. Maybe during the day, there could be a buyout for a panelist, or we're having somebody speak there, so I just don't want to limit it because I just don't know what the future can bring, but I'm happy to bring that down from 45 to 30. Thursday night is an important night for the members. They feel that it's almost the weekend starting Thursday night. So I would like to try to keep that 2 a.m. If we can for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That would be very helpful. And what else? Am I missing anything else?
I think that did it. Okay. I appreciate that. So Carter, you have your hand up. I just
Yeah.
in terms, I do want to end this particular
Well,
application.
I've got some more questions. I'm sorry. Can
Go
I
ahead.
ask them? Yeah, so, you know, the issue here of also why they're not buyouts is because clubs can't solicit catering business, right? So, and it goes against, you know, I'm just sort of if a member can only bring 3 guests, it goes counter to that policy if you're having an event or a buyout, because presumably the majority of those attendees would not be members. So, you know, which I think sort of cuts to the heart of it. You know, you often see, like, you know, it is, you know, like perhaps at country clubs, whatever, right? They'll have a couple of weekends a year that they will have events, you know, for weddings or whatever, but it's very, very limited to those events. And so when we're talking 30 buyouts, it seems to be contrary to what a membership club would allow. And so that is what a facility that's open to the public would have, which are buyouts, not a full buyout of the premise.
Well, you're right what you said. A private members club is not a catering facility and cannot solicit that business. It can only run an event for a member and its guests. If there was an event, it's not necessarily limited to 3 guests, obviously.
Right.
The member can invite its guests.
Well, and then the only time a club can do that is if they actually get a catering permit, which they are allowed to do.
No, not on site, no. If you have a club license, you can get a catering permit to cater off premises for your member, if a member wants to do that. But on site, you don't. You use your club license for a member to have an event. That's permitted, but you can't operate the business of soliciting events. You can't advertise, come to our club. You want your wedding, come to our club. You can't do that.
I'm just reading off guidance from the liquor authority. It says the only time a club may serve alcoholic beverages to a person other than a member or his accompanying guest is when the club applies for and receives a caterer's permit permitting the holding in the club premises of a particular function, occasion, or event as provided for in section 98 of the ABC law. So I just bringing that up because the buyouts are contrary to the purpose of the membership club, it would seem, if there are a high number of non-members participating. I think almost all of the private membership clubs that we have heard have limited, you know, events to members only, and they're discussed in a sort of a different context as opposed to the larger buyout. And if they're 30, I mean, that number is incredibly high and seems counter to the underlying, you know, the whole purpose of the club.
Carter, you're an attorney. I'd like to hire you.
I'm just, it's a nuance because, you know, this is, you know, there's, you know, I'm no secret about, there are a lot of people who, you know, have issues with the private membership clubs closing off New York and access. And obviously other people enjoy that. But, you know, one of the things is that there's a framework of the regulations, and most people want to operate in both spaces, but you can't. And that's the issue that I'm just bringing up, because that's lost on most people when they're discussing private membership clubs. And again, as I said before, you know, it probably needs to be addressed, but that is the framework of the regulations within which we're operating. So that's why I bring it up now, because this is the part of when it's discussed, and it's very different than if it's an event for members, right, that you host on site, as you described on some of the different things. So.
Okay, and Amita, I have your hand is raised. I'll let you speak, but we need to move on. So
is there no response, or I was
on the number of events? It's up to Michael. And the number
we brought that down from 45 to 30. The only reason why I don't want to change that right now is I don't, you're much smarter than me, Carter, and you're thinking through things. I'm not a chess player. I play backgammon, and chess requires like 6 moves ahead. And I really don't even understand what I'm agreeing to, not agreeing to. So I'm not going to agree right now on this call. I'd like to think about it and come back to you and read the stipulation and speak to my attorney and have him come back and explain to me the exact definition. Because if a member wants to have, take the small private room with 20 of their girlfriends for a dinner, is that a private event?
That
Is
wouldn't
not a
apply.
private event?
That wouldn't apply. We're only talking about full.
So I don't, Donald, I don't know the exact definitions, and it seems to be getting very technical. So I'd like to have that conversation with you offline and come back and readdress and answer your question, Carter.
Yeah, I just bring it up because that's, one of the notices to club licensees that's available on the Liquor Authority's website. And it's something which has come up.
Understood.
So-
And I appreciate you bringing it to our attention.
Bob, I'll be very quick. I
Go
just
ahead,
want
Amita.
right on my first question that had to do with buyouts, because as a relationship, the relationship that I'm trying to draw here, it has to do with traffic and at the point of departure when people leave. So Michael, whether the number be 40 or 35 or whatever, some creative thought as to, particularly if those buyouts are in the evening. Sure,
Yes.
daytime event with panelists, it's a whole different story. Please give some creative thought as to how you're going to control the fact or titrate the fact that 250 people going into anywhere from 50 to 75 cars on the minimal is going to create a problem for us. I think you have the wherewithal to titrate this and think about the relationship of a buyout to the traffic. That's what the correlation I would like to draw. Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very, very well said. And we'll definitely take that into consideration. We want to try to do the best thing we can for the neighborhood. It's our intention to try to have everybody love what we're doing there and really try to create solutions for the problems that are being created by the different businesses that are opening there.
Okay, I'm going to let you have the last word, Dr. Smith, and then we need to move on to the next application. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Michael, phonetically, and I can't figure out how to pronounce your name. What is your surname?
Carrie.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
It's a weird spelling.
It is. Thank you.
Well, that was simple. Okay.
Just
Donna,
have
go
one
ahead.
very brief thing. I just want to say, Donald, I don't know where the number of, I have the floor plan and I think Zach put it in the chat, but I have a floor plan and I don't have a date on it, but I just want to say that the floor plan I have from Davide has about 198 seats on it. So maybe something changed between when I got this floor plan and when they went, but I'm just saying that's what I have. So who knows, whatever, but
We had
just wanted
foiled.
to say, yeah,
yeah,
that's, we're both looking at something.
I don't know. We had foiled their application and that's the floor plan.
So
we got.
maybe what they put in, I don't know. I just wanted to say that to back up what Zach was saying, because he's not, that's what we were looking at. So, thank you.
I want to thank you all very much for spending the time to hearing out the application and appreciate you guys taking it into consideration. And I know that it's not ideal and it's going to bring a little bit of extra traffic to the area. I give you my word that we're going to try very hard to adhere to all the rules and make sure that people are not on the streets and reveling in fun and parking their cars and doing the things they're not supposed to be doing. I told you I do have a lot of property in the neighborhood, and I'm going to be in front of this community board many times in the future. And what I say, I try very hard to do, and I hope that I achieve that and go above the expectations. So again, thank you very much. I really appreciate you guys spending the time on Thursday evening to listen to our application.
Great. Thank you, Michael. And Donald, you folks have a good night.
Got
Donald,
another
this is the last application tonight?
I have one more.
Which one do you have?
Thanks so much.
Chase
Bye,
Bank.
everybody.
Michael.
Bye-bye. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
93 Greenwich.
Well, that's the next one anyway, so it's perfect. So let's just stay aboard here. Next application is going to be 93 Greenwich LLC, DBA Chez Stanley at 93 Greenwich. If you're here on that application, in addition to Mr. Bernstein, please raise your hand. It's the other Michael Kelly.
That's Michael Kelly.
It confused me for a minute, sorry.
Will the real Michael Kelly please stand up?
Okay, Michael. There you are.
You guys,
Okay.
how are you?
So
Yes,
here's,
good evening.
Here's Michael Kelly.
Second Michael Kelly of the evening, no relation to the previous, but I have received
we like the
emails
name.
directed at him before.
Okay, great. So go ahead,
Yeah,
Donald, Michael.
Thanks. Let me give you an introduction into this application. So Michael, very experienced in hospitality. He worked at Barbudo for many years as beverage director and then as manager at both of its locations. He was at Cook Shop on 10th Avenue as the bar manager. He was with Smith's on McDougal and a number of other restaurants. And he's got the opportunity now to branch out and own and operate his first restaurant. So he's taking the space at 93 Greenwich Avenue between West 12th and Bank Street. It was licensed to Little Owl from what I can see 2010 to last year. And he's now going to be signing a lease and opening up a French or Parisian bistro in that space. It's small space. It's only 921 square feet on the ground floor. It has only 14 tables and 32 seats with one bar and 4 seats. There is a cellar, but that's storage back of house only, no patron use. He would like to have a sidewalk cafe under the current DOT rules, also small, only 4 tables with 8 seats. We redid the measurements, I think sent you the plans, and from the barrier of that to the curb is 8 feet and 10 inches. So he passes that mark. The hours that he is looking for is 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., 7 days a week. He will have background recorded music only, no DJ, no live, no TVs, no security. There are only 3 licenses within 500 feet. I was surprised to see that, but that's based upon the SLA Prox report. I'm not sure we have the actual survey yet, just the Prox report. One of the, we did speak with our neighbors about this to hear their concerns and questions. One of the big ones was roadbed seating. We know that's a very sensitive area in this community. Michael shares their concerns. He can address that. He's not happy with how a lot of these look. So he has agreed that he will not apply for any roadbed seating under the current temporary DOT seating. The only thing I think Michael wants to at least leave open as an option in the future is if the city of New York ever enacts any permanent street seating, which may or may not happen on the street, and if Michael wants to consider taking advantage of that, he would have to come back. He would come back to you. He would have to go back to the SLA. So, but for now, he's agreeing that he will not have any street DOT roadbed seating. What else can I tell you? Michael has done a lot of outreach in addition to a call with a number of our neighbors. He's been on the block. He's been in his building. The address, the residential address of his building is 1 Bank Street. We sent you petition signatures. I think we have about 50 or so, maybe more, but 20 of those are from residents in his building, including, I believe, the woman who lives right above him. And I think that's all I needed to tell you. Michael, it's late, but introduce yourself and tell them what your vision is of this place.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Thanks for having me. I am a resident of the neighborhood. I live over on University Place. I've worked for a number of years in the West Village at Barbudo. I'm very excited for this opportunity to expand and to become an owner and operator in the neighborhood. I love living here. And ultimately, I hope to become, as a restaurateur, an amenity to the neighborhood. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right. I just I have a feeling there's going to be some requests, at least from other members of the board, if not from the public. So in terms of the closing hours during the week, you have 1 a.m. Would you consider a closing at midnight during the week and the 1 a.m. on the weekends?
I would. Yes, I would.
I just get that right out there because it is getting late. And you've been waiting all night, and I really appreciate that you answering that quickly. So I'll open it up to other members of the board if they have any questions. And sometimes it pays to go last.
I was gonna say,
Close to last. All right. I do see that there are a few people that are raising their hands from the public. I'll open, Katie, you got your hand up? Go ahead. We can't hear you. Yeah, try that. Try again.
I just want to thank you for getting that issue about the hours right in front, because that was what I had made a note about, and appreciate the applicant was so quick to come on board with our idea.
My pleasure. Thank you.
You come back again, Michael, you'll be one of the first people called.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, so I do see that there are folks in the public that are quickly up here. Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
Yeah, I'm Leslie Clark. I'm with West Village Residents. I did meet with Michael Kelly along with Nancy Paisley. I don't know if she's here tonight. We did ask that he have no roadbed dining, and we are very pleased that he is not going to have that roadbed dining. We did look at the previous resolution. I'm not sure what the steps were, but when that place was called the Venue, which I believe was a catering establishment, it had midnight across the board. We would prefer midnight across the board, but West Village Residents is prepared to support this application contingent upon no roadbed dining. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you very much,
Ms. Clark.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And I think we do have Ms. Paisley.
Well, thank you. I don't think I need to say anything except I agree with Leslie.
Fantastic, Ms. Paisley, and I really appreciate the two of you waiting patiently through the evening to be heard. Excellent. Okay, is that it for you, Nancy?
On this one, yes.
Great, fantastic. Okay, thank you. All right, I think that does it on this application. We appreciate you coming down, Mr. Kelly, again, and Donald, you have a good night.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Thanks to you all. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye now. Okay. Next up is going to be Jay Bell on behalf of the entity to be formed and to be announced at 102 Christopher Street. You're on that application, please raise your hand.
Good evening.
Good evening. Ms. Hoffman, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. Okay, great. Why don't you folks, it's just the two of you?
My partner Jeff is on as well, and Elke's on, and myself, so the three of us.
Okay, let me just make sure we got Jeff. Yep, I see him. Okay, great.
There.
Fantastic. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves? Tell us what this application is.
Right. My name is Elke Hoffman. I'm working with Jeff and the team, and they're looking at opening a cafe, restaurant, bar, cocktail centric at 102 Christopher Street. Jeff Bell, who would be the managing member and operator, has a long history of experience running the cocktail bar PDT in the East Village. And earlier today, we sent several letters from the residents and immediate neighbors of that location, which has operated for many years without any incident. And they're looking at bringing a concept west. And I will let Jeff and Sabato tell you a little bit more about the concept.
Great. Thanks, Elke. Thank you all for making the time tonight and sneaking us into the agenda. We're happy to be speaking with you and share what we're working on, and hope to join you in the community. As Elke mentioned, I've been running PDT in the East Village for many years. We've been open since 2007, and it's a cocktail bar. We've racked up some accolades over the years, and it's when I say cocktail bar, I mean that it's cocktail focused, but it's seated. It's intimate setting. It's about 35 seats, 800 square feet. We really approach the drinks with a lot of care and art, and make sure that the experience is very civilized. And that's kind of the gist. I'll save you the rest of the time of talking about what PDT is, and what we're planning on doing in the West Village is something that has that same idea behind it of a lot of care and attention and really elevated drinking, but we want that to be supplemented with excellent food as well. We want it to be something that's open from noon into the evening, so we can have a cafe by day serving lunch, coffee, and have it. Ultimately, the goal is to be an amenity to the neighborhood, especially with a lot of people in the West Village now working from home, a place where people can go from all hours of the day to enjoy a light bite in the daytime, have a glass of wine in the afternoon. A couple of my partners, Sabato being one of them, are master sommeliers, and they will be kind of curating the wine list for that to make sure we have really nice, high quality bites and drinks to serve throughout the day.
And I'll add to that. My name's Sabato, and I'm one of Jeff's partners and partner in a company called Après Crew. We operate, I think, 11 restaurants around the city. I live in Greenwich Village and lived in the West Village prior. For about 8 years, I was the chief restaurant officer for Union Square Hospitality Group for 4 years. And we have all of the restaurants that we operate under Après Crew are places that really connect to the community. We have 1/5 that we just opened. We have restaurant Mark Forgione. One of my partners is in Tribeca with 1 White Street. So small hospitality focused restaurants that we're really excited about, that as Jeff was saying, kind of trying to evolve this into a something that can be give people different ways to engage with it throughout the day. So that's what we're hoping to do.
And we're looking at this has maximum occupancy or maximum patrons of 66, no outdoor space. They're not planning on doing a sidewalk or shed seating. Is that correct, or did that change?
I think we had 3 small deuces outside that we were hoping for. Right. If we could get that approved, that was the only exception to that, but there's nothing in the roadway.
I stand corrected. I was looking at the looking at the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
Okay. So one thing that I can't figure out is Rag and Bone, I think, had two storefronts. I'm not really sure.
Yes, you are correct. So this is the women's store that we're taking over.
And so is that the east or the west side?
That is, if you're looking at it, it's on the left-hand side of the building. So there's the double doors going in, and then there's a single door just to the right, but it's all one space. Okay, because Rag and Bone is still there, right? It is. It has not yet closed. It's there at least through, I believe, the end of the year.
Okay. And are they going to be closing on both sides, or?
I can only speak to our side. I can't speak to what the landlord's doing on the other side.
Okay.
And they're not connected. They're not connected from the inside. So I believe they are separate from that standpoint.
Yeah. And then in between the two storefronts is a residential entrance.
Correct.
Okay. And have you measured? So in terms of the storefront that you're looking to occupy, those have fixed facades?
Yes. And we're doing nothing to the facade. I think we really were drawn to this space with sort of the natural elements that exist currently and want to preserve that. So the idea is the kind of the feeling of the space is as if you're in somebody's house or in their living room or loft, and it has a very comfortable focus on just seated. There's no stand up, walk up to the bar and 3 deep at the bar type of feeling that we're going for here.
Okay. And have you measured the sidewalk?
I believe, let me see if I have that on our floor plan, on our plan. I don't have that in front of me exactly, but our architect proposed that. But I can get back to you with those measurements.
Yeah, it's just there's also a tree in front, and you have two entrances, it looks like, to the proposed restaurant or to the cocktail lounge.
Mm-hmm.
And one set is double doors.
Mm-hmm.
So I see where the chairs are going, but that I really question that particular area and that particular block, the narrow sidewalk, and then the tree pit. I question the outdoor tables, even the deuces, as you say, against the storefront. And a measurement is, pretty critical.
Of course, I completely agree.
I think there's going to be objection. I mean, I walk down that block so frequently, and it is crazy walking down that block in terms of, to put tables out there. I mean, anyway.
If it doesn't fit, and I'm happy to take the measurements, and we need to do that. So if it's standing in the way of people walking by, or just flow, and it's uncomfortable from a guest standpoint also, then I agree. It doesn't, we won't have them there. So.
Okay. Those are my main questions. And I think, from my vantage point, I know the hours are going to be brought up here, but I'm going to let other people go forward if anybody else has any questions, because clearly the hours are pretty late for a place that's never had a license before on this particular block. Go ahead, Katie.
I have a couple things. Hours are at the top of my list. So I think you've been listening.
Would you like me to take that? I can take that on right now, just so that I know, having sat through this tonight. I have heard sort of the comments that have come up, and I'd like to talk with my partners about what we could do to bring that back and make sure it works with our financial model earlier in the week. And I think from what I've seen so far, I think looking at Sunday to Wednesday, bringing those closer to something like midnight perhaps. And then we'd ask for the 2 a.m. on the other evenings if permissible. So I just want to make sure that that's okay with our CFO and my other partners.
Okay.
Good move,
Katie.
but we may talk more about that before we're done.
Sure.
And I was looking at the diagram, and I'm trying to figure out what that overflow dining is. Is that an extension? Is that outside in a backyard, or is there some sort of a little bump out?
It's the changing rooms. So you walk up the stairs there, and those are currently the changing rooms, all brick facade. And then there's actually cut out holes actually through the brick that would look into the dining room and overlook it. So it's connected not just with the dining room, but also aesthetically with a hole in the wall there. And that would just be another dining room.
And there are no windows in that space?
There are no windows back there.
Okay, thank you. Some of
I
these
don't spend much
buildings have
time back
funny
there.
little- Yeah. And what are the price points? What's the idea about the price points?
I think it varies throughout the day. I would say the average check at lunchtime would probably be around $35, $40. Right now at Please Don't Tell, for example, at dinner time and in the evenings, the average check is $50, and that's with less intensive food program than we have here. So I think we're modeling around $80 to $85 in the evening, especially when you start to put in wine in addition to just the cocktails.
I measured you're far enough away from the church that you can do this. I did go on Google and measure that today. So I know we'll come back to the hours. So
Great.
Thank you for answering those questions.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the committee that would like? Go ahead, Donna.
I'm just going to chime in with Katie on the hours. I think the hours, it's a previously unlicensed space, and I just think these hours are really too late. And then the other thing is with the sidewalk seating, there's not a lot of room there. You're probably going to have lines. I don't know how you're going to deal with lines, because I would anticipate you'll have something like that. So do you have a plan for that? And maybe you want to just eliminate the sidewalk seating so you can control your lines.
So I'll speak to both of those. First of all, I apologize for not having done the outside measurements on that. And I think that's something that obviously, from what I'm hearing, it's very tight. Just want to have the measurements there. And like I said, happy to consider taking those out completely. In terms of lines, at Please Don't Tell, it's all reservations, and we anticipate this to be all reservations as well. We use Resi in all of our properties and notify guests via text. So, there's not really people that are waiting outside for that. So that's how we would look to handle that situation.
So reservation only in terms of, so not necessarily open to walk-ins, reservation only?
We do accept walk-ins. I mean, if, you know, especially during the daytime and such. But most, I'd say, Jeff, what percentage of reservations do we have at PDT, for example?
Well, at PDT, we do bar seating, walk-ins, and then the tables are all reservations, and it's about 70-30 split from reservations to walk-ins. So I would envision something similar to this, where the tables would be all reservations, and I would imagine some walk-in diners having, you know, a full dinner at the bar.
Okay. Yeah, I just, in terms of the hours, we just heard a place around the block on Grove Street, which is somewhat similar to what your folks are asking for. And the closing hours are 12, 7 days a week. Angel share, if people on the board remember, previously unlicensed location. I just bring that up because, you know, Christopher Street has, I'm not going to say deteriorated, but we have gotten a lot of places that have kind of morphed into eating and drinking, where it used to be dry retail. You know, of course, we had a couple of the bars down the block, but you know, that's a concern. I'm sure that's going to be brought up when we discuss this tonight. So I think what probably makes some sense. I will open this up to the public if there's nobody else on the board that has a question that may want to speak. But I think what you can do is after we hear from the public that perhaps you could have a conversation offline, and then you can raise your hand, come back, at least in terms of what your bottom line is on the hours. But anyway, I'll move forward because we do need to move forward. I'm going to call on a couple people. Donna, we have a couple hands that are raised, and let's bring them up.
Nancy Paisley is up there. Dustin Martello is coming.
Okay.
Unmute. Well, Bob, you didn't want to say that the street has deteriorated, and maybe I wouldn't use that word either, but it ain't what it used to be. I have to say that I really don't think this place should be approved at all, even as a more genteel place, I'll say, than some of the bars that are there, even with reduced hours, even with no sidewalk, and there should not be anything on that narrow sidewalk. The last thing this block needs is another license in a place that has never had a license. This block is a disaster, and we don't need this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paisley.
Dustin Martello.
There we go. Dustin, go ahead.
Great. Thank you for the time this evening. I'm asking about the HVAC and restaurant exhaust concerns, or transitioning from a retail spot to now a restaurant. I say that's coming from a guy who lives catty corner across the way. I could actually see into the Rag and Bone store. And I say that from living by the restaurant that has a couple of noise violations and odor violations that's now upgraded from an old existing restaurant. I don't need to say names, but what's your plan with that? Thinking it's a very quiet residential back office here.
Sure. Very fair question. And HVAC is something that is not one of my favorite topics to deal with, but one that's a necessity in the industry. So we haven't fully have the plans for HVAC at this point in time. As we've laid it out, we've tried to put the kitchen and an area where we could vent with the most ease to go up to the roof and without sort of impacting the building, the residents, or what's around it. So it's, you know, it is not vented. So with that, we've built several restaurants recently, and finding ways to be creative with that to make sure that isn't a nuisance, but from both odors as well as from any kind of noise.
I've missed this part, but is it a landmark building? I'm just concerned if you.
Yeah, Dustin, all the buildings in our area are landmarked.
Yeah, so I'm sure this building's having, they've had the same problems over here with it being a landmark building and having an HVAC come up the side for the facade, but I just leave that to you. I wanted to bring that to everybody's attention.
I appreciate it. The corner that we're in, I believe, is not necessarily visible from the street, which does help and from getting through landmarks, but I appreciate you flagging that, and that's definitely something that we need to be conscious of.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Dustin.
Okay, so in terms of cooking and things of that sort, you're going to have, are you going to have you're having an open kitchen? Are you going to, what are you going to have in terms of equipment? Are you going to be, grilling? What is?
It's not as much grilling. I think, what we've been using a lot of in our restaurants are combi ovens. And combi ovens are pretty low impact and very versatile. So they can work well in small spaces where you can steam, you can braise. And in some cases, you don't even have to have them under a hood. So those tend to be our workhorses. There'll be salad tops. Seafood would also play a role in that. So the idea is to have probably a small, probably six top range at the most, and then the combi ovens.
So we're talking meats, steaks, hamburgers, things of that sort?
It depends on kind of talking through different aspects of the menu. But things like a chicken or a steak, we could do those inside the combi ovens and wouldn't necessarily need to be, there's no grills that we're going to have out there. So it'd be either, like I said, saute pans or most of the items coming from the combi oven, where you could do braised pork ribs in there. If you wanted from a meat standpoint, you can cook the chickens in there, things like that.
So, I mean, the gentleman definitely brings up a pretty valid point. I mean, where is the exhaust going? And HVAC, ventilation, but how about the exhaust coming from?
I'm sorry, when HVAC, I was referring to the vents going through that. So in the diagram, you see where the kitchen prep is. So it'd be going right out and sort of up the building on the back, up through that, kind of attached to the corner, going up to the roof. Now, the other thing that we're also exploring with this is seeing if we can actually do this with unvented, and that'll also be much easier for us from a obviously design landmark standpoint. But we also need to really understand what our capabilities would be from a menu standpoint.
Okay, so that hasn't been determined whether it's unvented or vented.
We'd like to do it unvented, but also need to just there've been some changes in terms of what you can actually cook in a combi oven without having a hood. And so just want to be clear that that's not going to limit us in the long term, and we're going to have versatility with that. So that's something that I wouldn't want to say that it's going to be vented, and I wouldn't want to say it's going to be not vented at this point in time.
Okay. All right. That's everybody, Donna. Carter, go ahead.
You're on mute, I think, Carter.
Yeah, so this is residentially zoned. This is a non-conforming space in a R6 zoned area, and there are already quite a few licensed establishments, but this is really pulling this down, as far as the eating and drinking uses from a section of the street, which we actually did a walkthrough with our local elected officials, as sort of a problematic area. And, there's no C of O on the building. It's sort of unclear what's actually allowed there. It just doesn't, and this isn't about you guys. I think you guys have a good reputation, et cetera. It's the space itself is more of the problem. And this sort of represents a lot of the conflict that we've been having recently of non-conforming spaces that were retail for a long time, didn't have any impact as far as the hours, et cetera, that are suddenly late night eating and drinking establishments that perpetuate, a lot of the problems in the area. And this is a bit of a insulated space you know, that this stretch of the block where it's not problematic. And it just sort of strikes me as a difficult location for a lot of people to wrap their heads around, particularly because it doesn't seem to match what you're looking for. And I just bring that up because to me, that seems to be the biggest issue, at least to me, and, you know, and what you've heard from other people, and you know, reputation, et cetera, doesn't overcome those issues because it's moving into a residential area. So I just wondering if you could address that, or, you know, why is this particular space so important? You know, and if you've looked at other spaces that have already been built out for eating and drinking, et cetera, and then, you know, and just the way this looks like it goes back into the rear areas, it's sort of an extension into residential areas, and, you know, which previously wouldn't have had any noise impacts, and frankly wouldn't even know because nothing's been operated in this manner there before. So it seems like the place you can end up with a ton of problems that could potentially be unfixable after you've done the build out because of the building itself. So I just wondering if you guys could address some of that.
Yeah, absolutely, Carter. Thank you. I think to address your question about what we're looking for, and maybe I'll explain a little bit more about what we've accomplished at PDT, being on, you know, St. Mark's Place, which is, you know, a lot of foot traffic, a lot of kind of wild nights. But what PDT is it's subterranean. You go through Criff Dogs, you take a left into the phone booth, and then you find PDT. So there's like this sense of discovery to it. So the last thing I ever want to be as a bar operator or restaurant operator is to have a neon sign out front that says bar, that's just attracting, you know, people to have a drink like flies. And what's sometimes is a gift and a curse about operating in New York is that there's so many people, you have no filter on who's coming in. And if you're right on a main drag and you happen to have liquor visible, you don't really have any control. If anybody just walk in, and part of the beauty of being in this, we love this space. We love the interior of this space. We love it's a landmark building. The facade is great. And having it slightly off the beaten path allows us to really focus our audience to make sure we're getting a clientele that's coming in that really wants to eat and drink well and to behave. And that's what we've done at PDT for 15 years. And that's why we don't want to be on 7th Avenue or Hudson Street. We want to be a little bit off to the side so we can help maintain that environment.
And I'd say also to your point, Carter, having just completed the construction and the renovation of 1 Fifth Avenue, which, you know, building built in 1926, and all the kind of unforeseen challenges that came up, we're definitely doing our diligence on this, and having to figure out how to vent and how to get return air and HVAC in a co-op owned building with landmarks and spread over 2 lots. It was a challenge, and I think we realize that, and we're looking very closely at that to go in there eyes wide open, so that you know, we realize that when you're going to space like that, it's better to do the work up front than have to say, oh, I hope we'll deal with this when an issue comes down the road. And so when we're talking about HVAC, we're talking about sound attenuation, things like that. Those are all things front of mind that I would much rather put in up front, knowing that we're going to be there for a long time and that we're not going to have to deal with those or come up with a solution after the fact when it's much more challenging.
Yeah, but I didn't hear you guys address, you said off the beaten path, but this is residentially zoned exclusively. It's a non-conforming use, and you're opening a bar that you want to eventually, or now or whenever, be open later. So why would you do that in a residential building in a residentially zoned area when there are other places that have commercial overlays that are available?
I think the aesthetics of the space are something that I haven't found very frequently in New York. And so we saw that space and we said, really like how it feels, and that it does feel like you're in somebody's apartment, somebody's loft. And that's something that you can't just build out of a vanilla box. One of our other restaurants is Peasant in Nolita, and that's one that has a very similar sort of feel to it. And so as I kind of think of the places that have a timelessness to it, that's what we were looking for. And that's why it stood out. And, you know, like the neighborhood, having lived there for 8 years, it's something that that's what the draw was.
Yeah, and
I guess that's my point. It's a residential feeling area and you're opening a bar there. That just doesn't seem to match, but okay, thanks.
Jeff, did you want to say something?
Oh, yeah, it just, we first time we walked in that space, it just felt like that space really embodies the West Village, and what we want to accomplish is an establishment that really does embody the West Village and becomes part of the fabric of the community and is an amenity to the neighbors, and having an iconic space like that. I think that there's, when you operate in New York versus if you operate in Salt Lake City or something, you're given a white box, and it's really hard to make a white box have a lot of character. But when you have a stunning space to start with, it makes it very not easy, but it's a fun project to make it something that's really special, that will really reflect what's going on in the neighborhood and be a really great thing for the neighborhood to an amenity, essentially.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Valerie, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I do. My camera may have gone out. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with my camera. First of all, this concept sounds absolutely fascinating, and you guys sound like outstanding operators. The context for me is, I actually live on Christopher Street. I'm just west of your proposed space before Hudson Street. And my concern is really that limited sidewalk space. I experience that like every single day. I saw it out right now, coming back in, and with the people not in a line, but queued just at the restaurant, just further west on there, and I just don't see how you get. I don't see how you get that 8-foot clear path, which is required in the temporary program, and that's from the sidewalk cafe program before, and likely and will be in the permanent program. So I just don't see how you get the 8-foot clear path there without seriously impeding pedestrian traffic. But again, like I said, I hear you on the aesthetic vision. It's a beautiful building, and the concept, like I said, sounds fascinating. You guys sound like fantastic operators. I'm just really concerned about that sidewalk space. It's about, from the tree pit to the door, it's about 8 feet, and then you have 11 feet where there's no clearance, and that's, there's no seating. It's supposed to be seating in that curb in the amenity zone. So
and if it's not permitted, then we won't have it. Our architect put that on there, and I apologize. I haven't done the actual measurements exterior. We've been focused on the interior, but that's something that if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit.
So I hope, thank you. Thank you for hearing me. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Valerie.
Okay, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. I'd like to move on to the next application, but I do think you folks wanted to talk and then get back to us. So the way to do that, and then you can give us what your bottom line is, at least in terms of hours. The way you do that is we're going to call another application, and then either you can put in the chat or you can raise your hand and we'll call you back up. Okay.
Sounds great. Thank you all very much.
All right. So we'll see you back and just a bit. Okay. But take your time. We have, I think 2 more applications. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, if you're still there, guys, we have 1 more application. So the next application is iSodi LLC. It's a removal of a license from 105 Christopher to 314 Bleecker. If you're here on that application, please raise your hand.
Hi, everyone. This is Heather from Hellbrown and Levy.
Hi, Heather.
Hi.
Bob, someone is still here from the last application.
I'm getting there. I'm trying to get the other one up.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi.
Hello there.
This is Rita and Jody here with me as well.
Great.
So the application before you guys, thank you again for being here so late tonight. We'll try to keep it brief. This is a removal application. So Sodi is currently open and operating at 105 Christopher Street. They've been there for many years now, and they are looking to make a move to 314 Bleecker Street. This space previously operated as a restaurant as well, AOC. This will be a full service restaurant, no changes to their concept. If you all are familiar with the current concept that they operate now, nothing will be changing there. This is a full liquor license application that we're moving. Their hours of operation are Monday to Sunday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. There is inside and outside space. They are not planning on doing any roadway dining, nor are we including any sidewalk seating with this current application. And there is a backyard with this as well. The space is background music only. You can see from our application, we provided diagrams that include the backyard for you all, along with some soundproofing information, and then some petitions and outreach that they did. They met with neighbors, also met with Grove Street Block Association, received support from them. We have 5 letters of support and about 750 petitions and support as well, 81 within 2 blocks.
Okay. All right, I'll just, I will just focus a little bit on the backyard, since I think that is a pretty significant aspect of the application. What permits are in place? I know that AOC used that backyard for many years. I don't see any certificate of occupancy or letter of no objection in your packet. What is the permit to use the backyard space for eating and drinking?
Yeah, so we have applications filed. My office is not doing that, but Rita and Jody are working with a contractor for this. We have applications that have already been submitted to the Department of Buildings for an alteration to the certificate of occupancy that would include the outside space.
Okay, and could you tell me what the changes are going to be that are going to allow for there to be eating and drinking in that backyard outdoor space?
So they are clearing up some various, I think, issues that were going on with the building. There were some violations that they've been cleaning up. But the Alt 1 application that I have in front of me would be converting the ground floor space to include an eating and drinking establishment with an extension to and legalization of the backyard.
Okay, all right. So
It's all, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Bob. It's all on the DOB Now site. And I can
okay.
email this over to you. I've got about 21 pages of a couple permit applications for this one.
Okay, because I do see in your diagram, there are changes that it doesn't currently exist the way it's in the diagram or in the plans. At least in terms, I think there's some form of doorway or egress out the backyard that doesn't currently exist. Is that right?
Let's see. There's a emergency exit. Is that what you're referring to?
Okay. It's hard to see. Yeah, it does say emergency exit on it. And then there's a set of double doors that currently don't exist that come out from that extension that on the corner there.
Those double doors, I think that you're seeing is it's a air conditioning unit.
Okay. All right. So the entrance to the restaurant still is going to remain in the same location on Bleecker Street?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think there were other issues. We've heard, I think AOC was here, and there were a number of issues with that structure that was built out the back side of which I think was a backyard. It seems to be like a structure where his interior restaurant currently exists. I mean, is that part of the problems that are occurring, at least with regards to DOB?
Yes, they're working actively to clean all of that up.
Okay, so it sounds to me like there's a path to make that backyard legal for eating and drinking, but we haven't quite gotten there.
Yeah, they're actively working on it. I think this was originally filed with the Department of Buildings the beginning of January. Jody, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they had started on this towards the beginning of the year.
Yeah, we've been working over a year on cleaning up, rectifying all the violations that are in this space. And they are numerous. And we've gotten through most of them, and it has been extraordinarily just time consuming moving through them. But we do believe we have a path, and yeah, it's like there's dozens of pages through it, but
Well, I would say, Jody or Rita, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm Jody, and
I
this is.
think you're Jody. Okay,
this
great,
is
great.
Rita.
Okay, so Jody was you were the one speaking. So Jody, I do actually see I do actually see a path here. But I guess my thinking is you're coming a little early. In other words, if we're looking to license an outdoor space that's not quite legal yet, or is not legal yet, why not seek a license for the interior space? And then when you finally do get all the permits in place, you come back for an alteration.
Well, the goal for us is that by the time we get through the SLA process, that's quite lengthy right now, is that everything will be finalized. That's the plan. And then, going back to the SLA again, a secondary time would just add to the element of the long process that we're already experiencing. And so we're going to have this wrapped up before they open their doors.
Okay. All right. So with regards to the backyard and the hours of operation to the outdoor backyard area, most, if not all, the backyards, and there are very few that actually have permission for eating, drinking. We have a 10 o'clock close. And the other thing with not just the closing hours, some of the other things are, at least with regards to backyards, at least in contrast to other outdoor spaces, but backyards in particular, it's the dining purposes only, so it can only be for dining only, and it's seasonal in terms of the use of heaters and other things of that sort. Are those things something that is acceptable on your end, Jody and Rita?
This is a full dining concept. There wouldn't be any standing. This isn't a bar concept by any means. So it would be fully seated.
Yeah, I know. I understand that, Heather, but sometimes, people want to do a cocktail party or something like that, and that would not be part of it.
I've been having a sorry in Christopher Street for 15 years. I never do that.
Okay.
I never sit more than 6 people at the same table. I never did it, so I will not happen here again.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Rita, in terms of like parties and the way people are seated. So are those things, are those limitations, at least with regards to the backyard, something that you could live with?
Now, in terms of the hours, we were initially asking for the same hours that AOC had, which was Sunday to Tuesday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday to Thursday till 10 p.m. and then Friday and Saturday until 11 p.m.
Yeah, I would say, Heather, the only thing I would say on that front is that it was never legal. So however those hours were ever, I don't remember those hours ever even existing. But I'm just saying that they were never legal in the first place. And had they ultimately, they did come to us, and we figured out all the problems that existed there, at least in terms of the structure and the backyard. So I don't recall ever them having actual hours in the backyard. But I would say that 10 o'clock is if all the backyards, there's very few, and they're all 10 p.m.
Well, I think Nancy, one of our neighbors, gave us AOC's stipulations, provided us with the information that came from, I think, CB2 for how they should perform, and asked that we follow that. And we're wholeheartedly agree with Nancy and the other neighbors who we met with that look over there, Ron and Roberta and everybody. So I think we're sort of talking about the same thing, and I think it was.
But if it's the problem is Friday, Saturday, 11, we can go to 10. It's not, you know, it's 2 days.
Well, you
It's
know,
just 11, so I'm okay with that, Jody. I don't want.
I know it's late, but you
Yeah.
know, this, I think we're already in agreement with the.
Yeah,
you know.
it's fine.
Okay, I guess you look, I do think the backyard is significant. But like I said, I do think you have a path in this particular situation to get there. And I'll leave it for other, I'm not going to speak for other members of the committee on that. But the other thing would be the doors and windows. I know there are, is there a plan to change the front facade on either Bleecker or on Grove Street?
No change to the front, so it's all LPC, you know, approved. It's just a repair, whatever they approved. I think we were back here almost a year ago, a public hearing for the gate that is in the garden, and that is not an entrance. So yeah, no, there's no, just sort of repair and fix, unless there's some violation with the goosenecks overhead or something, but that's it.
Okay, so I right now I know there's fixed facades or fixed windows on Bleecker Street. They're going to stay fixed.
Oh yeah, that's everything. It's just repair. There's no change of that.
Okay, and then in terms of you know, there are, like, I remember there being doors or windows going out to the backyard. Are there operable windows or operable doors besides egress that go to the backyard?
Yeah, a window open, yeah.
Okay, and so in terms of closing those, I mean, in terms of closing those, generally speaking, we ask 10 o'clock. Is that, so in other words, if you're planning to use any of those windows on the backside or on the side of the building, we would ask that they be closed by 10.
Yeah, it would be the same as the garden.
That's
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And then in terms of the changes that are occurring, are there going to be changes like to the HVAC systems, or are we, you know, or anything on that front? Mechanical systems?
No, I mean,
no,
it's
Okay.
the same. It's just sort of repair, just sort of fix it up, legalize it. I mean, you know, it's an old building that needs a lot of care,
Attention,
you
yeah.
know, and
Well, it definitely did. And what I appreciate most is what we tend to say is that the time to fix things is when there's a, you know, when there's, you know, the time. We always want to make sure that things are right before we move on. And it does seem as if that you folks are doing that here. And I do appreciate that. So I will open it up to other members of the committee if they have questions, or go ahead, Katie.
I'm trying to understand page 16 of the packet. I see a pink tree and another tree trunk. I see angled roof. I see French doors. It says this is the north elevation. Is this what's along Grove Street?
no, Katie, what you're looking at is the backside of that extension. So you'd be sitting into the garden and you would look back. That's what you say. This is a rendering. So pink trees and all that stuff is just sort of ambiance. The tallest tree is there and existing and will continue to exist, you know, God
So
willing.
then this is really the
Yes.
westernmost wall. I guess it's called the east elevation. I don't know. So the next page, where is this trellis and?
Again, that's a rendering that would be up against the neighbor, the the wall,
the
the
buil-
fence.
yeah,
It's
the
the back,
building.
it's the back fence that abuts the building. So
The
that's
the
just,
building that opens on the building whose front door is on Grove Street.
yes. And that's just a rendering to understand it's a garden.
You know, I think, I just want to underline what Bob has said, because I think we're not in the habit of licensing places that don't legally exist.
Mhm.
So I think what Bob is trying to tell you is how it's not, and this committee cannot say, yes, you can use a space that we don't even know if is really available to you. And, you know, you don't know either, which is a problem for you. But
That's New York City these days, you know, that's how we're moving, you know.
I know, but it's something that, you know, it's an issue. We have a very old community and things that, you know, have been a little fuzzy over the years or whatever. So it's going to be very hard for us to say yes to something that doesn't have a certificate of occupancy, because we don't know how many people can be there officially. We don't know what the use can be there officially. So, you know, we're not saying no, but we have to wait and see what's really allowed.
Go ahead, Rita, you want to say something?
You know, I think, you know, if we agree what we are talking about, you know what ISODI is, it's been there for 15 years, you know what we're doing, you know what we do. So if you agree about hour and everything, and we are knock on wood pretty sure, then everything will be okay and be you know, okay for the garden and everything. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't have any, you know, I don't know.
We're going through all the DOB, all the LPC. I mean, whatever they want, we're trying to get it all in there. And sometimes they don't know what they want, and you go around and around in a circle. And, you know, I probably should have my architect here to speak to this, but yeah, it's, you know, backflow preventer, you got it. You know, it's late at night, so, but yeah, it's a process, and it's super challenging, and we're so naive, we're doing it, you know.
Well, no one is disputing that you're, you know, good members of the community, that we like to eat there if we can ever get in, because you're so popular. But I think we're just trying to tell you, you know, we have guidelines we have to follow too.
Totally understand. Totally understand that.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're glad you follow guidelines, and totally really are the recipients of the job that you guys do as residents of the community and operators.
Great.
Thank you. I'm done. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, and I have a few follow-ups, but I'll let Brian go ahead, Brian.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the presentation, and I used to really enjoy AOC, and I love the atmosphere. And when I found out that you were going to be moving into that space, I was just thrilled for you, because I see all the benefits of having your restaurant in that kind of a space, and the atmosphere on that corner and with the garden. And so I know the problems that you might face, but you know, they were there for a long time and operated that way. And I see this only as an improvement. So I wish you the best, and I hope it works out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And just a few follow-ups. So in terms of, I think there's a roadbed that is, one of you own the restaurant next door, and the roadbed what goes all the way down the line there past this particular building where the application is. Is that roadbed structure going to stay there?
We're not going to have a roadbed with this project.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the roadbed that belongs to the to Buvette. Buvette, that's next door?
Yes, Buvette's next door.
Yeah, so I'm asking about that particular structure that actually is in front of I guess the rear yard space that we're talking about here tonight. That was AOC.
I think it's planning to stay and operate until city decides we're in this limbo, what's going to happen with outdoor roadside dining, you know, I wish they would come to some conclusion and give us more guidance or anything.
Right, but the guidance currently says it should be right in front of the actual business itself. So the storefront where the business is where the roadbed goes, and it doesn't go in front of another building. So
I
that's the
believe I'm in
guidance.
DOT compliance with all that, and you know.
I mean, you can get it right off the website. It says that the roadbed or the roadbed seating needs to be in front of the actual storefront itself. And this is not in front of the storefront itself.
I think Jody had DOT come out and everything was fine. They signed off on everything, correct, Jody?
Yes, DOT, you know, we operate as compliant, DOT's out there, DOT comes almost every week. And I believe at some generation of outdoor dining, you had permission to use this space, and it morphed into this and that. So is this a, buvette?
Supposed to be in front of the business frontage, so it's not supposed to exceed the business frontage.
I can certainly review that with them after the fact with regards to buvette, but this specific application won't have any roadway dining.
But you have roadbed dining in front of this premises, is I think what Bob is saying.
I can certainly review that with Jody and Rita offline with regards to the buvette operations, just to make sure that the DOT is saying they're in full compliance, but
DOT is frequently saying people are in compliance, but they're not following the guidelines. So the guidelines are it's supposed to be in front of the business frontage. This is a different business's frontage, so I don't understand how that's in compliance. Is what I mean, that's what it says, in front of the business frontage. So if this is a separate business, that's not in compliance.
yeah, Donna, I completely hear you, and I'm happy to review that with them.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public, so that I don't see anybody else has their hand up from the committee. If you're here from the public and you would like to speak, please raise your hand.
Give me 1 second, I'm raising them.
Thank you, Donna.
So you have Susan Ginsburg and Nancy Paisley. There you go. Susan Ginsburg, you should be able to speak.
I live in the back of the building that Buvette is in. And Jody and Rita know that, you know, I have a real problem with their roadbed dining on Grove Street, besides the fact it takes up half the street. But it's the noise. And if they're going to have that restaurant, AOC did make noise sometimes. We live, I can hear everything. We have a big problem with the building on 42 Grove Street. People have parties in the back. It's an all open space. I just walked my dogs before this thing. The noise coming out of Buvette might not seem loud to a lot of people, but I can hear it in my garden. And we ask the waiters, sometimes it's not just me, there's other people on the street. I have a neighbor who lives on the other side in the brownstone, and he's bothered by it. And we ask the waiters, can you please tell some of these people just to be quiet? We have a little sign, it's 3 by 5 inches. The gist of it is that Emmett's across the street, which is a bar, makes no noise because they have big signs, no noise. And right now people are screaming in Buvette. I could hear them in my backyard. So I'm really concerned. AOC is even closer, the garden there. And, you know, I don't know what they plan to do about it. I don't know how we live. There's somebody who lives in the building next door whose actually windows face that garden. And he can't live here anymore. He's just been kind of run out of town almost. He wants to come back. So they need to do some noise assessment of what it does to the neighbors. You know, we monitor, we just have a hard time. We're having all of us in this little area here are having a really tough time with noise. And yes, I'm older and I like to go to sleep. Look, you know, they're supposed to close 10 o'clock outside. They start closing at 10. It doesn't mean people don't leave till 12. On weekends, they're there till 1 o'clock in the morning. And the more they drink, the louder they get. And I can only see this happening at the new restaurant as well, unless they take some incredible noise mitigation. Look, I'm happy to have a nice restaurant, but that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And Jody and Rita and Heather, I'll let you respond to it, but I'd like to get to, we have one more hand
Nancy,
up.
Nancy Paisley is up
Go ahead,
there.
Nancy.
There, now I'm unmuted. Well, I'm going to disagree with my good neighbor, Susan Ginsburg. Sorry, Susan. I'm here in support of this application. In fact, quite enthusiastic. We would really like to see ESOD move into this building, but the windows in our building overlook this rear yard. So that was our primary concern. We had a lovely meeting earlier this year with Jody and Rita, and they have assured us that our concern being the use of the rear yard, that it would be used only for dining and there would be no parties and obviously no music there. I'm no expert on what it takes to get a C of O for eating and drinking, but it was my understanding anyway that putting the gate in the garden fence there onto Grove Street that gives another exit would solve at least some of the problems. And they had agreed with us to, to keep the hours in the rear that AOC had posted, which was 10 o'clock Sunday through Thursday and 11 on Friday and Saturday. I did share with Jody and Rita a resolution from CB2 from November 2014, that long ago, that included those hours and a lot of stipulations. And the end of it said, of course, this is conditional on the licensee correcting all DOB violations, which obviously they didn't do. So there you are for that. But I'd be happier with 10, 7 nights a week, but the hours that AOC had, we didn't find it to be a problem. I'm not speaking to Buvette. So thank you. We support this application. And again, hope to be able to get a table there sometime.
Sure.
Okay, and then I'll let you folks respond, but before you do, I just a follow-up question. So in terms of the tables and chairs in the rear yard, the maximum number of tables and chairs would be what is depicted in the diagram itself?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right. Now I'll let you folks respond if you'd like to. That's up to you, and we'll move on.
I know something with regards to one of the concerns was noise, right? I know Rita and Jody have shared with me plans that they've, invested in, and they are doing extensive soundproofing, both interior and exterior to the space. Part of the idea of also showing you guys the renderings is what they're investing in to help with even baffling noise outside as well. And, we fully agree with, this is a seated restaurant. And as Rita mentioned, she doesn't have tables over 6 people, and the outside seating would be, a full seated restaurant as well.
Great. I appreciate it very much. I think that does it. Is there anybody else? Okay. All right. Okay, I think that does it. So when you say soundproofing in the rear yard, what soundproofing are we talking about?
So like the trellis, all the greenery, they're
Okay.
installing like all the shrubbery. You guys have the plans to do like some arches
Yeah,
over the top
it
as
will be
well?
like a real garden out there. There will not just be table, will be, garden. So all the gardening and all the tree and everything will be around, will be help to keep the sound down for sure. But, it's, the goal is to make a beautiful place. The goal is to make people enjoy the dinner, not to make noise. Enjoy the dinner, come back, enjoy the dinner again. So, and be, in outside. And so it means between tree and flower and all this stuff. So it will be a garden for real.
So Rita and Heather, in terms of, so what I would say to that is that I agree with the garden concept. And to the extent that the garden can create privacy between those who are eating and drinking in the backyard and those who are maybe up above brushing their teeth, that would be a wonderful thing. So privacy is always an intrusion that if we can avoid would be wonderful. And so, but when it comes to sound attenuation, that, a brick wall is really the only thing that's going to attenuate sound. At least it would just bounce right back. So I just bring that up, and that's my only comment, because I do appreciate the idea of having a garden back there. Really, privacy is what I'm thinking in terms of that. Donna, you got your hand up, and
I
then
just had a question.
Go ahead.
Are there heaters outside? Are you planning on any heaters, or is this just a seasonal backyard?
It's a seasonal backyard.
So no heaters of any kind back there?
No, it's just seasonal.
All right, that's wonderful. I think we did it, and it is getting late. And I really appreciate you guys waiting until the very end. And thank you again for coming out. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
bet.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we have one more application that needs to come back. Has anybody raised their hand? Elke, not yet? Okay, we do got a hand raised. Okay, a couple here. All right. We'll bring them back up, and then we'll take a quick break.
Hey, it's Sabato. I'm back for 102. Christopher, is this a time when I could tell you sort of our proposed amendments?
Yes, absolutely. Now's the
Great.
time.
Great. So spoke with my my partners, and we will remove the outdoor seating from the plans. And then we'd like to propose the hours Sunday to Thursday till 12 to 12, and then Friday and Saturday 12 to 2.
Okay, 2 a.m. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I'm sorry, Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m. Okay, great.
Mhm.
Hey, really appreciate you coming back and letting us know, and we'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
You're
Jeff-
welcome.
Does Jeff need to come back up?
Nope, I'll speak for him. He wanted to put a private club in there, but I said, let's not even go there tonight, Jeff. So we'll see you later. So,
Good point, good point. All right,
Thank you
thank you
all.
guys. Have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to allow everybody to take a little bit of break, and then we'll come back. Okay, maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. Great. I'm eating dinner.
I wonder why.
I'm back.
Okay, guys, you ready?
Yep.
All right. Okay, so
Just to start, I think there are 7 of us, right?
Okay, thank you.
on that first application, JAJAJA, I thought everybody showed up.
Um,
Susan, you were here, we just couldn't see you?
yeah, Susan, were you here for the first one?
I came in, was having computer problems. I was 10 minutes late, but I heard most of it.
Yeah, and this was the same one that we heard last
Or
month.
last time.
Yeah. And how about you, Mar, were you in on this one? Mar? We'll wait for Mar to come back. Okay.
Right, so.
Mar, you there? Dr. Smith, you're there?
Yeah, I said about 3 minutes ago, I was here.
Okay, I didn't hear you. All right. I see Mar, so we're ready to go. Mar, were you there? Were you on the first application, JAJAJA?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so that one I think is pretty straightforward. They came back, they met with the Block Association and agreed to the problem, at least from the complaints that we had before about the outdoor roadbed. And so I think that one seems pretty straightforward. Deny and less, is that what everyone's okay with?
Yep.
Okay, and so we were 1, 2, sorry about that. We were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Okay.
Yes.
Am I counting I'm counting myself. Okay, 7, 0. Okay, then we had the 2 Greed Island, 61 Vandam and 70 Charlton. And I did get an email, I think he put it in the chat as well, from Michael Kelly, indicating that there's an agreement for 12 o'clock closing at both locations.
And also that he would do sound tests for any apartment upon request.
Okay, that was in the chat?
He said it. I wrote it down as a note.
Okay.
That 12 o'clock is weeknights?
Yeah, so the owner will amend the closing hours at 61 Van Dam Street to midnight, 7 days a week.
7 days a week. Okay.
Okay. So how does everyone feel about those 2 applications?
Deny unless is fine with me.
Okay, everybody in agreement on that one?
Good. Bob, I just wanted to say I'm okay, but these small premises getting full OP licenses is very problematic. And even if it's just a couple of things that they're serving, I mean, all these small places are really, that's where the diversity of retail comes from. And we really need to make note of the fact that this is an accessory to the other restaurant, but they are in fact physically separated, because it's, we have such an inundation of applications in previously unlicensed spaces. And we already have so many liquor licenses. We really need to make note of that in the uniqueness of this circumstance.
Yeah, for me, there's the difference being that where it's located, it's not located in many of the pockets of our community board that suffers, or at least has problems with the the number as a storefronts. And so that's to me, that's the distinction I draw, at least, but I obviously don't disagree with you, Carter. So Dr. Smith?
Yeah, I agree. I'm voting to deny the Van Dam space.
Okay. So even though they agreed to the 12 a.m.?
Well, let me hear what everybody else says. That's where I'm leaning. So just go ahead and ask everybody else and you can get back.
No problem, Dr. Smith. Go ahead, Donna.
So I was just gonna say, I agree with both of you. I agree with Carter. Like, if this was an independent, not the same applicant, I think my feelings about this would be much stronger, but I also think the location weighs into this a little bit. So I'm okay with it, but we have denied other places that have this small seating for exactly that reason, that it's taking away from our retail spaces that we're losing all over the place. Every single place is being licensed. So I'm okay with this one, but primarily I think if this was an independent application coming in here, I don't know that I would feel the same way. And I'm much better with it at 12 o'clock than 2 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I'm getting now the combination of you, Donna, and Carter, what you're saying. So being in the same building, I get it now.
It's a unique circumstance.
Yeah.
It's a divided space, but they are very specifically saying that this is where they would direct their own clientele.
Yeah.
And in the matched hours. I mean, it's really not okay, but it's a unique circumstance that I can certainly understand why there would be support for it. And I think that we need to be crystal clear on it, of the uniqueness of the situation, because it is not a, we've had many other dessert style places. In fact, I believe there was a dessert style place at 27 Bedford in the past. I can't remember the name of it, but that was a dessert only place as well, but they had a beer and wine license. We have very, very few, and I think the only one, in fact, dessert space that has a full liquor license. It was, there are actually two. They're both, the primary argument was to use them as ingredients, not for patron services. Because because they were in excess of, you know, whatever percentage it was that was being used as for cooking. So I just bring that up because this, you know, the precedent of this is such that we want to make it a standalone, unique to what it is.
Got it.
Bob, I have a concern.
That Dominique and Sal place, Carter. We remember that, the Cronut guy.
Go ahead, Dr. Smith.
No, I was just saying, I'm listening, but my other concern is that it's the very same applicant. And, you know, he owns both spaces and, you know, he will be, as they said, they're going to be sending pretty much their customers to that space. Of course, it'll be open to other people as well. But that's my concern. But I'm willing to go ahead with what the group wants to do, but I do have a real concern about it.
Okay, I appreciate that. So is everybody else okay with denying less on the two applications?
Yes.
Okay. And the next one was Crudo. The aforementioned 27 Bedford.
Yeah, we got the time reduced.
Got the time.
Yeah, so it's
and
10.
we also got clarity on that door.
Yeah, no, I really, way to go. You picked that one up. That was good, Katie. So I got 10 p.m. Sunday to Thursday, 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday closing times, and you know, no operable doors, windows, nothing outside. And I, you know, the place before this was the Chickolitas, which is exactly what Carter was saying. This is the place that had dessert and was beer and wine. I don't think there's ever been an on-premise license at the location. Carter may know better, but you got your hand raised. Go ahead, Carter.
Yeah, you know, so a couple of things make this palatable and unique. One is that the operators had previously operated a cafe at this location. They own the building, so they had operated a space here a number of years ago. And two, I think that they have two other places, right? One of which is a Michelin starred space. They're very accommodating on the hours, and I think that they've been having difficulty finding a tenant. And so they had decided to operate the space themselves. And I think that we need to include that information also as specific considerations at this location, given, you know, the many issues with again, a residentially zoned only area and the proliferation of licenses along the stretch of Bedford Street. That is really clarifying that the public interest, I think, is important.
Yeah, no, I can't say they were having difficulty getting a tenant. But I can certainly talk about how they.
I think it was vacant for a long time.
Yeah, okay.
It's
I just worry, you know, there's a lot of vacant spaces, but I will definitely articulate the reasons why public interest. Okay. I don't see anyone else. Is anybody else? So are we okay with denying less on this, guys?
I am.
Okay. All right. And then the next one was, I believe, Bangkok. Just make sure.
Supper Club.
Yes, Bangkok Supper Club.
That was the next one.
Okay, yeah, this is at 641 Hudson Street. I have 11 p.m. closing Sunday to Thursday and 12 a.m. I'm sorry, Sunday to, I got a little mixed up here.
Sunday to Wednesday.
Sunday to Wednesday is 11 and 12 a.m. is Thursday to Saturday, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes,
And I have reservation remote system.
primarily reservation only. They're going to use a remote messaging system.
And
On a
there's nothing
personal
outside.
note, I look forward to having a Thai restaurant around the corner and from a good operator. Very excited. So hopefully nothing falls through on this.
So I would like to have a Thai restaurant in my neighborhood too. So is this a denying less 7-0? Okay.
We know how much you love Thai food, Bob.
And me too.
Okay, then the next one was
Mastica Brodo, chewing your
Mastica
bar.
Brodo.
Thank you, Pete, for for asking the question of what that meant. I appreciated that.
Yeah, no, that was a good follow-up, Pete, or not Pete. Actually, it was
It wasn't Pete?
no,
Right.
Pete too, but Brian was the one that came up with the entrance. Caught that. It was good. So I have 24 tables outside, 10, 11 closing on the outside, no operable doors and windows, and pretty reasonable closing hours. Now, this was Sammy's Noodle House. I don't know if they had on premise or not, but it does seem pretty reasonable in light of it being on 6th Avenue there. And I do think
I think
it's been
Sammy's
vacant.
was beer and wine.
Yeah, I think it's been there it's been vacant for a while too. So in other words, we have a previously licensed location. That's usually the ones that are vacant and need to be filled. So
it's nice to see a location applying on Avenue.
Yeah.
As opposed to on one of the side streets. But I also just wanted to make sure that the number of outdoor seats was 32. That
24.
no, was it 20? Okay, they
24.
reduced it.
Because
Okay.
they removed
Okay.
tables, 24.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause that's a long facade.
Yes, it is.
It is a very long facade.
And I think it'll be really nice. I mean, it's because it's such a big facade, the emptiness of that is stark on that block.
I have to say, walking on that side of 6th, a little lower, has some of the structures with the roadbed is a little over the top. So it's nice that it will be open outdoor seating and
Okay, so I got denying less on that one. That's unanimous? Okay.
Yeah.
The next one is the HC operator, the Private Members Club. I'll let you guys, I mean, I have my own feelings on this, but I'll hold them tight and let you guys go and listen to what you guys have to say.
Well, I think Donna should get first dibs.
I actually don't want first dibs on this. I mean, yeah, I have a lot of issues with the Private Members Club and how this is all working. And so that's the one issue. The traffic issue is going to be monumental, and this is not the applicant's fault per se. It's anybody going into that space, but because it's a private members, they are all taking Ubers. There is nobody coming in that, we are a destination district. So people are in there because it's, for the Whitney, for the High Line, for these things, it's taking none of those people. So it's adding a separate group of people onto this. And to Carter's point of this is exclusive when the whole district is, I mean, it is a little ironic, Carter, to what you were saying is it's all about having pathways and closed streets. So the public is all there and everything else. And here you have a place that is not really open to the public, that is closed off. I will contrast that with Michael, seems to take the concerns of the community very responsibly and and heard all of that. And if we were hearing a restaurant with these things, it's a bit of a conundrum. It's a basement space. The music, I don't think you will be hearing. He will have to worry about the people upstairs for that. I don't know what we do with that. And what is the public, I mean, we have Soho House. We have the Jane Street thing is a private members club. We have Gansevoort Hotel that came to us for a private members club. And by the write-ups, I think in the New York Times or wherever on Restoration Hardware Hotel, it has open space. It's not a private members club, but it's so exclusive. We have another exclusive space. So a lot of meatpacking that is a destination is being closed off for private members. You know, is this that?
Is the
Those are my
Rolex
comments.
place, is the Rolex place in the same building?
Yeah, it's right on the, yeah, it's the upstairs. So it's the upstairs. They took the upstairs part of what was Spice Market.
Thank you.
Carter, you go. You got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just, I raised my issues during this, but the contrast of we're inviting everybody in here for the public, the High Line, et cetera, really trying to open up the space, but then these spaces are closed off to the public. I mean, they're not really designed for daytime operation, but it's a little bit ironic. And, I made my comments about what Michael had raised is the specifics of, this is a great thing for this neighborhood. I'm not sure I agree because it seems counter to the philosophy. The issues of the private members club, I think Donna covered. There's some disagreement on that and the interpretation. They may have got some guidance from the licensing division, but I think that, what we heard tonight about buyouts don't comprendo with the private membership class. They don't go together because you can't have
Fundamental contradiction.
Yeah, exactly. And, and especially when you're talking about 30 a year, these events are supposed to be for members. And that's what we've always heard in all the other membership clubs, whether it's the viewing room, the this, the that, it's all for organized for the membership, not for others. And I said it, I said it then, I think there's some confusion over this license class. I don't think it properly matches what people are seeking to do. I think that, where the money originates from, it's being provided by the landlord, which is building out a space that's being paid, or is it being provided by the club? But, whose first dollar is going in there to start this operation? And if it's supposed to be a collective of people with shared interests, why isn't there a group of people coming together to do this? So I just, there's a lot of different issues here, but it really struck me was this insistent on 30 events that set up the divide. And so, but with the operations themselves, I'm not so sure that's overly problematic. It is an increase in numbers from what Zach had pointed out over the previous operator. And I am completely flummoxed over what the deal is with traffic in the meatpacking district, because all of these property owners are members of the BID, prominent members of the business improvement district, and the business improvement district is pushing an entirely different agenda and operation, which does not match what's on the ground for the for the businesses that occupy all these spaces and the way people get here, which is for hire vehicles predominantly. And the contradiction, just I don't understand how we had two presentations at meetings tonight that were completely contradictory as far as the direction of the neighborhood. And so I'm not sure what to do, but there are a lot of issues that are open for me.
Brian?
Well, so as I pointed out in my comments, I was looking at drawings that were not reflective at all about what they were talking about. And so I'm always rather disappointed, if not troubled, by having materials that are incomplete. And on the other hand, if we have the stipulation that in fact they are adding that ADA elevator at the 13th Street exit, along with it's an elevator inside of the vestibule and a platform lift on the outside to get from the sidewalk up to the first floor level. That's quite an undertaking. It's a lot of expense. However, it seems to me that 13th Street is a closed street. And so are they, everybody parking on 9th Avenue and then walking over to that side? And I don't know what to do with the whole private not-for-profit club. It gets too complicated for me, I guess. I've not dealt with that before. But to get a Jean-Georges restaurant tour to back this up, that's quite an accomplishment as well. I'm surprised he's got the time with the Tin Building opening up. Anyway, that's all.
Well, thank you, Brian. Donna,
I just wanted to
Yeah,
say,
go ahead.
just to Brian, that 13th Street, I mean, it gets, this time of year, it's not closed as much as it is usually closed, but 13th Street is closed, Little West 12th Street is closed, and Gansevoort Street is closed between 9th Avenue and Washington Street. So that's all. If you look at the DOB website, the closed streets, they are closed streets.
Well, it certainly was closed today when I went by.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, this is what we pointed out to him in our community meeting and everything. And not only is it closed, but you have Soho House that has no standing. You have got Gansevoort Hotel. There's no standing there, and some metered parking. You've got Restoration Hardware, and the for hire vehicles are there, often at 8 o'clock in the morning, often at noon, and definitely on busy nights are just parked there. So I appreciate that Michael heard that we said that in our community meeting and at least came back and said he would tell them not to wait. I don't know how good that is. And I honestly don't know what he does about that, but having 75 people be dropping off people, even just dropping them off, I don't know where these cars are going to go. You only have 9th Avenue. That's what you have. So.
Yeah, thanks for filling in, Donna. I appreciate that. Susan?
Yeah, up to now, we've had a consistent understanding of what would be an appropriate use for, within the law. And we're consistently not recognizing that what's being done is legitimate purpose under the private club statute. And so I don't understand why we would change it. I mean, for the applicant to make the argument, oh, this is not going to make money, therefore it's like a nonprofit, is absurd. All that means is that he's not, he's creating a model that's not designed to generate profit, but that's not the same thing as a nonprofit. And then on a totally practical level, it wasn't clear to me that we've got an entity that can accept this license, because it's not clear to me that they formed their nonprofit entity. The Carter mentioned, the statement of purpose, which was, I was thinking mission statement, but that's the right word for it, for a nonprofit. It's like, if that doesn't exist, how do we know what we're really talking about? And that has to exist as part of the creation of this entity. So if they don't have that, then on a technical level, we shouldn't be, this is premature. So.
Okay. I don't see any other hands up, so I'm going to just say my impression of the applicant was very positive. I guess my thinking, just listening to him and who, you know, his representations, I really thought it was very strong. And so in terms of who's in charge and the type of, like, am I happy about another private members club? Of course not. Do I think that a private members club fits the definition or the actual business that's being put in there fits the definition of the private members club of the state liquor authority? No, I don't, you know, I don't think any different than I have in the past about that. I think it's a bunch of baloney. I think they need to change the law. If they're going to allow private members club, they got to change the law, and they haven't done that. So, and I also think the location. So the point that the applicant made was, I'm a good person to be in charge of this location because this location, it was a good fit, because I'm the owner, and I will make sure that the space will be used and occupied, but it won't go out, it won't get out of control, which I think was the problem in the past more than anything with the meat packing was, you know, certain places would just be out of control. So I like those aspects of the application. I'm generally positive about it. The traffic is a nightmare no matter what. So adding this is not going to help, but what else is going to go into that space? So I'm just saying there's a lot of, I think a lot of you said, I don't know, what do you think? I think it's a positive thing. I'm just not sure that, you know, I'm not sure that, I'm not advocating. I'm not going nuts about it. I'm not saying we have to. What I'm saying is I do think it does seem to make some sense. That's all. On this application, not necessarily on all of them, but certainly on this one. But that's just my 2 cents. I don't know what we're going to do about that traffic. I can't imagine the traffic improving in any which way. But if we're going to have somebody dealing with it, I almost would prefer it to be the applicant. So, you know, in other words, he's responsive. He's someone that will actually respond to you, Donna, if there's a problem, or, you know, because you live in, I'm just saying, that's just my 2 cents on it. But I don't feel strongly either way. I will go with what others on the committee think. Carter, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, the traffic issue is really interesting here because of the size of this space and the fact that the community here is actively engaging in reducing traffic. And here we have an entity that is going to significantly increase traffic. And one of the known issues that we have is the timing of the light at the north end of this, which has been raised, but yet nobody wants to take issue with. And the applicant and the bid, I don't know, Donna might be able to speak to it more, have not identified that as a priority. And this is going to exacerbate that issue. And I believe that an entity of this group does sit on the board of the business improvement district, you know, one of the members, and they're represented on that board. So I bring that up because it's unique in that usually when we hear about traffic issues, there's not an active movement to limit and to make it more difficult for traffic in the area. So that was one issue. And the other issue is I'll let Katie speak. Let me just think about it for a second so I can say it properly.
I hope I can remember what I was going to. Oh, I know. This has been a long day already, huh? I went to the traffic and transportation meeting at 5:30 to hear a little bit more about the meatpacking traffic plan. I think Donna was on that call for a little bit too. And interestingly enough, they did talk about the timing, Carter. They did talk about the timing of crossing West Street, and it's 43 seconds.
But Katie, I just wanted, what Carter's talking about.
Yeah,
is the
9th
presentation
Avenue
I
and
made
14th Street.
At 9th Avenue and 14th
Okay.
Street, which somebody brought up, that is not, 3 cars can get through there, and they are funneling, just to make this clear to everybody. Anybody coming in from certain directions, you're only funneled up 9th Avenue. Anybody going to this place is going to be funneled up 9th Avenue or dropped off on 10th Avenue, which is 2 blocks away. They can't get there. So you're going to have 75 more cars on 9th Avenue with nowhere to go, and a light that lets 3 cars through at every cycle, which is not 43 seconds there.
No, this was a little different place. But we'll go back to Brian's point then. What is the point of this elevator and chairlift? How do you get with a wheelchair through all, all of that?
I will speak in favor of them at this. They redid the space there, so they have what's on the outside. What he spoke to is there, I believe. They redid that whole side, and he probably sent the office updated plans after figuring through. So that part I'm not that questionable about. I mean, honestly, I mean, but the outside has been redone. There is an elevator lift on the outside and stuff.
I'm sure it's there, but how does a person in a wheelchair get there?
Well, that's the problem. How does anybody get? I mean, yes, you can't. Well, right. Access-a-ride, they might be able to open up the gate or something.
Okay.
So Bob, so the other thing I was going to say is it was to comment on what else is going to go into that space. You know, one of the things that we've heard for almost a decade is the daytime activation of meatpacking district has been a primary goal. And that we've seen that transition from nightlife in many areas here to daytime activities. And, you know, this is a type of space that I don't think we should worry too much about what else could go in there, because the ultimate goal is to drive the daytime activity. And we see that in the Hudson River Park, Little Island, with the outdoor space above Google. It's the busiest bikeway in the country. There's so many different movement. You've got the High Line, you've got the Whitney, you know, and that's really been some of the driving factors. And to put in a private members club because you can't find another use seems to not match the direction and the amount of property that the applicant or the chief officer and also the property owns is all, you know, that's something that they need to figure out in this community. And then secondarily, this property owner, I believe, and I'm not sure, Donna might be able to correct me, also owns a space where one of their tenants is not complying with a restrictive declaration on the space, and that has a liquor license and is improperly using part of their space as well, and they haven't taken action to correct that. And that's the second floor on the rear patio on Gansevoort Street. I don't remember the exact address, but that's been a recent concern of the neighborhood.
Another watch store. So, and we'll see. We're seeing if they're going to be compliant with that.
Okay, guys, what do you guys want to do then?
I think Susan said hit the nail on the head. Who's the applicant? You know, that's sort of the lead, and without a statement of purpose,
The applicant
it's
has
difficult to
be a
review it.
nonprofit entity, and there was, and you know, Mr. Carey may be forming it, but we don't have that. How do we, isn't this just, besides all the other issues we're talking about, this is simply premature on a timing level.
And the 30-day notice, Bob, means that their intent is to move forward and that they're ready to move forward because it's 30 days. And so that application should be at a stage where it's can be shared. just to back up what Susan was saying.
Okay, so I'm getting no. Is everybody saying no to this? I just need to, it's getting late, that's all.
Well, so let me ask, would the deny unless not have a possibility for restriction that denied unless the not-for-profit filing had been completed or formed, the licensing of that not-for-profit, that all of the accessibility issues were completed and
yeah, it wouldn't be, I don't believe it would be denied at the state liquor authority on those terms. In other words, the deny unless is basically saying we approve it, but the stipulation being that you have to be in compliance with law. I mean, they're going to assert that they're in compliance with law. It's not going to get tested up at the state liquor authority. It won't get tested the way it would if we said no. That's all. Hopefully that answered the question or your inquiry. Or it does come down to whether it fits the definition of a fits the nonprofit thing. You might be able to get around, but it doesn't quite fit the definition of a private members or of a members club license. I think it's called a members club license. So that would be, I don't think there's a way to deny unless that or to approve it without understanding that approval means that it's not really going to get tested. Those issues that you just brought up.
yeah, including the 30 days of selling out.
No. If it's proved a deny unless is an approval, I don't think it will really get a lot of attention up at the state liquor authority. It will get attention if we say no. That's the way it gets attention. Dr. Smith?
Yeah, what about what Susan has said, since they have not given us in writing what their real purpose is? Would that be something that we could like get from them, or before it's, like we can have that be the way we do, deny with the plan or that kind of thing? Is that something that might be viable?
Yeah, no, I don't think so, because they could just 2 weeks from now or 3 weeks from now do it. And then when they go to the state liquor authority with their application, they'll have done what we said they should do.
Right.
And they didn't do it before we didn't get an opportunity to see it. That's all.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah. Donna?
I was just going to say, to actually Donald's point, if they're filing as a not-for-profit, they need to make that statement. That statement should be there, and we should be able to have that. That's who should be that's who should be here, so that if they have it, that should be readily available. I mean, it has to be, if you're a not-for-profit, you have to file with the IRS to be a not-for-profit. And part of that application is what your missions, you have a statement about what you are a not-for-profit about.
But that's kind of the same answer I had to Dr. Smith. So in other words, we
Well,
object to it.
I guess I'm putting it a step ahead of you, of just saying if they've already done that, they have it, they can't make it up. You can see the IRS filing for this. It is not made up. It's either there or it's not there. They can't just tell us that.
I'm not saying they're going to make it up. What I'm saying is they will have it by the time they get to the next stage of the game. They will have crossed their T's and dot their I's. They're just looking for our approval so that they can then go to that stage. So they can actually spend some more money.
They should have it now. They should have it now.
They should, and that happens a lot of the times with the community board. They're looking for some sort of approval, and then once they get the approval, they're like, okay, now we'll get all the other.
But the difference with this one, Bob, is I would turn around and say that the entity that is applying for the license needs to be the entity. And if they haven't formed the not-for-profit with that mission statement and gotten approval for a not-for-profit, I don't know how they can apply. I mean, I'm not a lawyer here, but just trying to weave this through. If they haven't applied for the not-for-profit status and don't have their mission statement and haven't been approved for as a non-for-profit, I don't know how we have an application in front of us because they are a non-existent entity.
Okay, Carter, I mean, we just have to come and make a decision, guys.
Well, I think that, you know, they're always free to return to us, but coming before us is not an exploratory mission to figure out and to seek guidance. It's the 30 days. What prompts their application to us is that their intent is to file with the New York State Liquor Authority. They need to notify us 30 days before. That's what they're doing. You know, we don't even know if they've submitted to the state for any not-for-profit status, or they've filed for a certificate of incorporation with their statement of purpose. We don't know the entity. These are all.
I'm calling the question. It's getting
Well, no,
late.
but I'm laying out the groundwork here is that we can't speculate on this other stuff and all the other steps for speculation. We have too much conflicting information in front of us. We should lay it out. If they go to the SLA, that's fine.
Well,
But
that's
you
kind of
know,
what has already been said, though. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. I think those things have been said here, and now we need to call the question. That's all. Who
but
wants to?
the most important thing is what we've discussed and what goes into it,
Okay,
right? Because when we
Not-
deny something, you have to have a reason.
I agree with you
Deny
100%.
for those reasons.
Okay, so is everybody saying deny to this?
Yes.
It does seem that way to me. Okay, Mar, Dr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, so deny, Brian?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a deny and we're unanimous, okay?
Okay,
All right.
great.
Sorry, guys, we have to move on.
It's 12 midnight.
Yeah,
Bye.
okay, the next one was 93 Greenwich.
Stanley.
93 Greenwich, Shez Stanley with
Shez Stanley.
Michael Kelly the second.
That's right. And we got Sunday through Thursday, midnight, Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m.
That's right, and no roadbed
Right.
seating, and there's a little sidewalk cafe closing 10-11.
Deny unless.
Okay,
Yeah, it's good.
everybody in agree-
I just had one
Good.
thing to say on that, if you're fine with the 10 and 11, but their application actually, I think unless I'm screwing up here, I think that their application said they were closing the outdoor at 10, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, if everybody's fine with 10 and 11, that's fine, but I don't want to
I'll
be.
write a little note here. See
Okay,
the
thank you.
application.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Next one is J Bell. This is the one on Christopher Street. The hours were really, they agreed to remove the sidewalk seating, and it really comes down to the hours, Sunday to Thursday, 12 a.m. closing, Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m. And 2 a.m. is pretty late.
But didn't
Thursday,
they they compromised? They didn't they give us earlier? They
No,
backed off.
originally they were 2 a.m. 7 days a week.
7
They then
days a week.
reduced that to 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, 12 a.m. Friday, Saturday, sticking at 2 a.m. Go ahead, Donna.
Just, I don't know how we can give them longer hours than we just gave another applicant, a few months ago. I don't see how this location is that different from that location. It's a residential neighborhood. So
Which one are you talking about? You talking about
Angel
the
Share,
Angels?
which
Angel
was,
Share.
and that was 12 o'clock, 7 days a week.
Okay. Katie?
Well, I'm actually going the opposite direction. I mean, Ties is just down the block. I'm sure that's a 4 a.m. close. And across the street from that is the hangar. Those both must be 4 a.m. They've been there so long. But we didn't like the little cocktail lounge that tried to go in where the cleaners was, or the candle shop, you know, where the near where the Village Pizza is. So we do have to be consistent.
Okay,
I'm
Brian?
not making any final statement, just thinking it through.
Okay.
Well, along the same lines, I think that for premises that had no previous license, for premises that's in a residential zoning and non-conforming, no C of O, I don't see how I could vote for this at all, period.
Okay. Well, I think they could get a letter of no objection because you're right. I mean, they're going to need a letter of no objection to open up for sure. Okay, so so then it comes down to I'm getting the impression that this is people are not in favor of this particular application. Is this something where we would indicate that if the hours were reduced to maybe 12 a.m., that you know, in other words, are you guys thinking that a deny with a pass is a possibility here, or are we thinking more like Brian that it should just not be the case at all? I mean, these are pretty good operators.
I would like to hear from the rest of the committee, but
Yes.
I personally would be okay with a deny with a path with the no outside seating and the 12 o'clock. For me.
12 o'clock, 7 days a week. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I just thought that's being thrown out there. I think Brian is a negative altogether, which is fine as well. So I just need to hear from other people as to what I think.
agree
Those
with
are the
Donna.
alternatives. Okay.
I mean, yes to what Donna said, but also, you know, that 1 a.m. I don't like, obviously, but I just feel like, you know, 11 to 1, where's the benefit? I mean, that strip, I feel like they should be open earlier. If they're gonna open at 11, why can't they open at 7:30 or 8? And we need more places open earlier in the neighborhood. And the fact that their start is lunch in an area that is residential more than like a business area, I would go with deny just because it feels like not a great benefit to neighborhood to me, because it doesn't have early hours.
So you're kind of aligned with Brian, complete deny rather than a deny with Pat. Okay.
I'm thinking about deny with the pass. If they're for early, if they agree to early hours.
Okay, and that would be like the 12 a.m. like
Yeah.
Donna said.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
I just wanted to raise a couple of things about this block, because we've heard a few applications. We were supposed to hear another application tonight, which was for the beer,
Beer garden.
the beer garden. And then it's also on the same block as Village Pizza. You know, this is you know, everybody wants more in what's a residentially zoned section of the block. And, you know, they're all unlicensed before, they all didn't have OP licenses, and you know, these are all coming in the residentially zoned areas. That's a really big issue, and the volume of licenses that we're hearing now is higher than we've ever heard them before. And that issue, and Brian can probably speak to this better, but you know, a letter of no objection is very different than seeking out the use, the designed use for eating and drinking. A letter of no objection is simply says that there was a business here before, and it's still non-conforming, and this is a significant expansion of an impact of a business. And you know, with that philosophy, it's a lot there, and it doesn't seem to match what the applicants actually want in the end. And they like the space, but it's not supposed to be an eating and drinking space. And, you know,
Yeah.
it's
Good
it-
applicants, bad location.
Yeah.
Oh, you know,
exactly.
I just have to say one thing. I don't know who remembers it, but there used to be the Potbelly Cafe. Mara might remember, a couple doors down. I don't think it had a license, but then that was replaced by Little Havana. They
Yeah.
made the cigars in the window. I definitely had at least a glass of wine in there. So, but those were both neighborhood places. Yeah.
I
But
know,
there was food there. There was food there.
I know that we
No.
can't really suggest this to the applicant, but maybe they should just look at Isodi and go across the street at 105, Christopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm sensing this is a deny. Oh, are we
I
still?
thought we were doing a deny with a path.
Okay,
Donna
yeah.
liked the deny with a path. Shirley
Uh,
liked
the-
the deny with a path.
with the
I like to
folks-
deny with a path.
I'm okay going with, yeah.
Deny with a
With
path.
what?
Okay, so Brian, I think it's Brian and Mar. Would you be okay with going with a deny with a path? Or do you want to, because I mean, you would actually be voting against a deny with a path. So that almost seems like you would be, the vote would be in favor of
No, they'd be
approving the
voting
license.
to deny.
My thing is, I would like to see earlier opening hours. Is my thing. We don't need another lunch place there. We just don't. We need something that actually serves the neighborhood.
Right.
And another lunch place for tourists or brunch on the weekends doesn't do that for me. I want to see earlier opening hours so that people who live in this community can get coffee and pastries in the morning. The way that, what's that place on Bank Street? Mary Lane? Is that what it was called? They've said they were going to be open at 7. They don't open at 7. They open for dinner.
I
It's
don't
the
think there's
only
enough
reason I
business.
supported that application, because I thought I could get croissants in the morning. And I can't.
But I think, Mar, it would have been nice to have said that when the applicants were here.
True.
And
But
that
now
wasn't
that
said.
we're talking about a path, why can't we go back and ask, would you consider earlier opening hours? No? Well, then it's still a deny for me.
I mean, to me, they're primarily I mean, they're opening at 11 o'clock, but really the 11 o'clock is even a stretch. So
Yeah,
they
no,
they are
they're-
not serving breakfast and lunch.
At all.
They are an evening entity. That's not what they're giving.
Well,
That's
well,
not what they're.
Hold on,
No,
guys. Hold on,
I
guys.
did-
Hold on. But my point is a little different, though. I'm trying to find it, because if you're against it, if you're a straight out deny without the path, then you're in opposition, it seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, you're in opposition to the resolution if the majority of people are deny with a pass or
I'll
with
go with the
a
group.
path.
I'll go with the group.
Yeah, I think it's best that we go as a group because we're all denying it.
Right.
And then we're giving it a path in case, but if we are against a deny with a path, then we're in favor of the license. If
I
you're opposed to
understand.
that. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I'm
Okay,
just trying to
fine.
rectify that before we move on and go to bed.
Oh, we got to do Isodi. I mean.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to resolve this one. That's it.
No, okay.
Do you have the answer to calling the question?
Yes, so it seems to me that it has to be a deny, and as long as the majority of us are in favor of some path, and I think we are, that the path be put into the resolution after the deny, explaining why we're against it, and then give a path. Okay?
Okay.
So it is a denial, so we are denying it, okay?
So you think, Bob, that they will be able to get the not conforming use letter and certificate of occupancy.
I don't know, Brian. I
Would
don't
that
know.
be part of the path? I mean, deny unless they get.
Oh, yeah, no, that they would have to get that. Absolutely.
Bob, that's an excellent question because that's no longer reviewed by the liquor authority.
No, I understand that, but
So
that would certainly go
I just
in.
bring that up to Brian's point.
Yeah, no, but in this case, it's never been licensed before, so they would give them time to get it, but it still would take a long time to get to the point where they would get to that position. So they it might be a whole year before that. So I think that may be enough time. Who knows? But I don't know that answer, Brian, because it is, it's eating and drinking. It's never been eating and drinking before. I've seen them give letters of no objection, but I don't know. Not every space is the same.
Well, as you say, you can get a majority vote. So let's vote and move on.
Yeah, let's go with the deny with the path. I think the majority of folks are in that regard. Okay, so I have deny with a path and with 12 a.m. closing. Okay.
Okay.
And then the last one is ISOTI. And just so everybody knows, the hours are 12 a.m. interior hours. They'll close any existing windows that open in the back at 10, close the garden at 10. No heaters, or seasonal only. It's dining only, so seated patrons only. So those are the stipulations we're looking at.
Did they agreed to close at 10 all days?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
They went back and forth on the couch, but they did reluctantly.
Yeah, Rita was more in favor, I think.
And did they say anything about the outdoor dining shed for?
No,
the
they
adjacent
did not.
restaurant?
They did not acquiesce on the outdoor dining shed.
Because the frontage there is here, right, from most of the rear yard.
Yeah, but it's not theirs and it's not part of their application. I don't see why it's a good point that it used to be under the temporary open restaurants, that if one restaurant got the permission of their neighbor's landlord, they could extend their shed. And it never got totally reversed because we're still in the temporary open restaurant.
The reason it's an issue is because it's in front of their restaurant, which is a licensed premise.
But it's not their issue.
No, but it's their space that they're entitled to. It's their building frontage of another licensed premise.
But they're not applying to use it. So I just it's not an issue for us, I don't think. I hope it gets torn down and done away with. But it's not their issue, it's not their doing.
But Brian, it's the same owners, right?
I beg your pardon?
It's the same owners. So the people who are applying for this liquor license own the shed liquor license next door. I don't know if you knew that.
I thought it was the landlord.
No, that's why, that's the connection. The connection is that the same two people, well, it's one of the two, but I believe they're married, that are applying for this liquor license own the establishment next door, Buvette, which has this long, extensive roadway bed that goes all the way down.
Why didn't they fess up to that? They were totally silent when we were bringing this subject up.
Oh, well, I assumed, I guess I assumed everybody knew that. I knew that, and I brought it up a couple times, but I guess I didn't make it clear enough. Yeah.
Well, there were a lot of complaints about the Buvette's noise.
Well, I think that's why Carter's bringing it up. Yeah. You could make that a condition as well.
The public brought it up as well.
Yes, you're right, Dr. Smith. Go ahead, Katie. You got your hand up.
On the application, they're both listed as principals of ESOTI. And they're joint apply, they're both applying.
Right,
So
but Buvette, I think is just Jody. but that, it could be
Yeah,
wrong.
but in this instance, Isodi is both of them, so
That's right.
that's why it goes to your point, which I
Yes, it
think,
is.
you know, this is our chance. But the backyard is unclear that it can be even used. I don't know how we say anything about that. There's no certificate of, you know, there's no.
I would
certificate of
say this,
occupancy.
Katie, the only other places that I'm even aware of that actually has a permit to do eating and drinking in a rear yard is a corner location where there is emergency egress, okay? And they have that here. That's why they're designing it the way they are. They actually are doing it right. So I
But
suspect
we
they
don't
will
have
get it.
that. You suspect they will get it?
Yes, and you are correct. We do not have that in front of us, and we do require that, except in this particular case, I think I mean, I put in the Google Drive their application, their landmark application, which is consistent. And the landmark application in front of our community board was from October 2021. So this has been planned out for a while now. And
Okay.
in that plan, with the landmarks plan, it shows the egress through that back. That's why that's an emergency egress. And in fact, the way that door is designed, it's designed so that it doesn't open out to the sidewalk. So it doesn't go, you know, if people are rushing out, it won't hammer people on the sidewalk. So it's actually, if you look at it,
You
it's
can't have
actually.
you can't have an emergency that opens in though. That's what happened at the Copacabana in Boston, where, you know, dozens of people
No,
died.
the door would open out, but you want to make it in what's it called? Embedded inside this. So it's in the property line. Okay. So when it opens up, it doesn't open out into the sidewalk. Okay.
Okay, it's somewhat recessed, yes.
Recess, that's the word I'm looking for. Okay. So
But-
to me, I'm looking at that. I'm saying to myself, wow, this actually is something that should get a permit at some point. But I mean, any stipulations or any proposal would you're not going to open this until you have a certificate of occupancy that allows for eating and drinking. I mean,
Bob, it swings out a little bit and you might bang somebody's toe, you know, it's a little bit. It does open out if you look at the plans, but I think that you're right. It's recessed also a little bit. So it's not.
that's what you need to do for it to be, Brian, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that
I was just going to say that building code allows any egress door to swing up to 12 inches into the sidewalk.
So there you go.
Oh,
So
this
they
is
actually
more.
did it, and they have an architect. They're doing it right. So one thing we always ask of people is when we get a changeover, because we knew that AOC thing they never had permits. It was, you know,
Yeah.
we knew that and that's why all these other backyards don't work, because there's no emergency egress. And they're required. It's required by law and by the Department of Buildings. So in any event, I'm talking too much. Katie, were you done?
No, what's interesting is if you look on page 3 of that landmarks presentation, you see the buvette roadbed.
Yes, of course.
Going all the way down the block.
Yes.
So,
Carter? Oh, I'm sorry, Katie, are you done?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Carter.
So there's positives here. I think that they're doing substantial work and they've been committed a lot of time to this. They alluded to that. They did the landmark application. They're doing everything properly, right? So that's something that the previous licensee was in violation of their stipulations because they didn't put in that extra effort. Clearly, the landlord worked with them. They're moving a well-known restaurants to a place that's better suits their needs. All that stuff is good. I think the 10 o'clock is good. I just don't, this extending another restaurant next door in front of another restaurant that you also own and is also one of the longest sheds in a residential area with all the noise complaints, et cetera, on that. It's what it is. And I find it difficult to not comment on that. Because
Well, I think we make that part of the agreement.
Right. Because they're saying, well, we'll let this other person use our space, but it's themselves in extending another space. So they could just as easily utilize that space for this applicant, you know, along that whole street. So saying that, oh, we're not going to use it, they're still using it.
Yeah, because it comes down to, let's do it right. If they're doing it right, let's do the whole thing right. Donna, go ahead.
just gonna say that, I mean, Bob, you were very clear, pretty clear that that was an extension, you know, that it was the same operators in both spaces, but they didn't own up to
Nope,
that.
they didn't say it. Nope.
No, and Brian is right about that.
You know, so I feel like to what Carter just said and what you were pointing out during the meeting is if they're doing everything right, that roadbed shed should be done right and it should be in compliance. And that I think that does have something to do with this application because it's the same operators and it's the way they're operating.
Okay, Katie, I'll go to you.
Not only is the roadbed seating documented in that landmarks preservation presentation, but the seats that they have along the side of the AOC wall, because they've extended their sidewalk cafe. Did we permit that? Did we permit that? I don't, you know, they have tables all the way down along that AOC wall in the pictures that they provided. So
So you're telling me there's tables on the sidewalk plus the roadbed?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I walk by there. I know it's like totally extensive, but anyway.
It's in the pictures that they presented. I mean, I'm just taking their own pictures. So we
Okay.
should, you know, if we're going
I
to
think
talk
we're
comment about it, we should comment
getting
about it.
somewhere, guys. So Carter, I'll let you go, and then let's just finish.
Yeah,
Let's
one of the
wrap it. Let's
things
wrap it up.
one of the things I did not raise while they were here, but I raise now because it's a removal application at the previous location on Christopher Street. The outdoor dining that they had for quite a long time was you walked through a tent and you walked through their restaurant on the sidewalk, and they had seating in the accessory area along the road, along the storefront, had the tents, you know, it's like you walked through their dining room. And you know, so
that's the way all the places are.
no, not like this one. This was truly like you walked into their dining room. And the only other area that was remotely even like this was on Carmine Street. And it was just kind of shocking to me because it wasn't wide enough. But this removal fixes that problem and it gives them the appropriate outdoor dining space, and it's a positive movement. But I just bring it up because the management of outdoor dining was not particularly great. I think that we have a remnant of not other particularly great outdoor dining, and here we have an enclosure, you know, a proper space that they're going into and with appropriate hours. And so I think that's a positive, but it's rectifying on other situations. So I see Brian kind of nodded before. I don't know if anybody else knows what I'm talking about walking through that, but that was it's what it was then, and understood, but this is an improvement.
Okay, so I'm sensing everybody denying less with specific stipulations on the certificate of occupancy, allowing eating and drinking in the rear yard, and the hours and the removal of the roadbed. So it seems to me that I probably should send an email to the lawyer saying that the removal of the roadbed is one of the conditions.
Bob, before you say removal, just let's all be clear, shorten it.
Right,
So that
removal
it
of the
doesn't
roadbed in front.
extend in this premises.
That's right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So you know, what I'll do is if I get a positive on that, and I will tell them. I mean, I guess I just send an email saying that's something that is contingent. That along with the stipulations, I guess I could send the stipulations along with that statement and put that in the stipulation. You know, that's what I'll do. I'll put up the stipulation. I'll send it to you guys and let you take a look at it. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Question,
Thank you.
Bob, just on that, this is a very nuanced, but when does the roadbed dining?
Yeah, it's we've been doing 30
get
days.
shortened? You know, does it now, or because I think this process of licensing the space is, you know, 10 months out that we're talking about. You know, the duration of the time it takes to get approved is 9 to 10 months. So I just asked that because that's
okay, by the end of this year.
You know, it's with the season. I just throwing that out there because that's
I think the sooner the better, because then we know it's been done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Can
I would,
someone explain about those pictures we got? We got pictures about a business that we're not hearing an application. I think Nancy Paisley sent us some pictures. They were in the Google
yeah,
Drive.
that was a mistake.
Aha. Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you for explaining.
Yeah, those were a mistake. Okay,
Okay,
do we do it?
good night.
Did it. Good job. Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Did it.
All right,
Right.
everybody.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Jeffrey.